gamers. Okay, yes, I know it is early, but I'm awake and I wanted to stream. So I am. Yes. And alright, making sure everything's working. I think my mic is, yes, it is. Okay. That says it is. Okay. Just making sure. Welcome. I know it's kind of early. Well, depending on where you live. I'm in California, so it's 7 a.m. for me. But I woke up at 5. For no reason. For no reason other than my body was like, how about it's time to wake up? I don't want that. But I do want to play music. And I've been working on some stuff. But also, I'm just in the mood for that. So, that's what I'm gonna do. So, I'm pretty quiet? Okay, let me turn that up then. Sorry, I forgot that my mic gain was all the way down. Hi, Blueberry. I forgot that my mic gain was all the way down because when I record music, I need it to be all the way down or else my mic starts clipping, and it's kind of annoying. Among Us sound? Okay, hi, cat. Is that Pixel in the chat? Hey, yo. Hello. Just let me know if that sounds better. It's really, that's like the worst part about one of the worst parts about streaming is like you're like, is my sound good? And then you're just trying to fix it in the chat's like, no, hold on, do it the other way. You're too loud now. Okay, I need to pull up my, oh, okay. Is that, oh, that's out of tune. So ukulele, I want to play lower kind of sounds, but the lower you play, the more likely it's gonna fall out of tune more easily. Ooh, that's not great, but I want to play the song on that octave. I wish it would just stay in tune. Like, actually nicely. I mean, if I had a ukulele that was meant to be lower and not me just doing that. Hold on, let me set my iPad down, because my iPad has the chords for my songs and such. Let me open. Okay. I've been writing music, you know, like you do. And I'm very mad because I have this song. I have this one. Because, okay, I got into Mob Psycho. Well, technically, I was originally into it in 2017 when my best friend showed it to me. And I think I only watched, like, 3 episodes. But I was into it because she was into it. I think because it was, like, the 3 rank your guitar strings. Well, the G string is always, like, nice. The C one is the worst because it always falls out of tune. E is second worst, and then A is probably the best because it stays in tune the easiest. Anyways, I was really into it in 2017, and then I wasn't into it, and then a few months ago, a different friend got me back into it. So I'm obsessed with it. I've watched it 3 times this summer, once with each of my brothers. So I've been writing music, and I wrote a song about Serizawa, who's one of the characters, and I can never record it correctly. I love how it sounds, but I can never get a recording of it without something going wrong. Like, there's always something that goes wrong, and it's very annoying, and it makes me mad. But this is actually tuned down, so I need to tune it once up. Hold on, let me pull up the thingy. Hold on. This beats C sharp. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, that one, now it's the correct tuning. I've got hair in my mouth. Can I move this keyboard? Hold on. without messing everything up? Can it? Oh my gosh. Ah! Sorry, I'm just trying to move things out of the way so I can have them on my desk properly. Ooh, nope. This is also the struggle. Okay, that's checking. Let me move my mic back a little bit so I don't become too loud. That's my worry, is I'll just randomly be too loud. But with the song, I can't decide if I do I want to do picking all the way through, or do I want to start strumming once it gets to more of the chorusy bits. So that's my struggle. So I'm just gonna pick it because it's quieter when I do that. I have to remember. Okay. Let the storm pass over me. Let the rain fall from the sky. How's the picking go? I don't have an umbrella anymore to keep me dry. There we go. But I'd rather be soaked to the bone than stand under it again. I once was lost, but now I've found this place with real friends. Oh, I've changed so much. I remember, I changed the lyric. I'm finding out who I am, and it was through your help I'm seen as human again. Sure, I think that's how that sounds. And I can leave my room without fear of the rain. I've gotten bored. Yep, I can't read. Of single player games. And this is where I would start strumming if I wanted to start strumming, but when I start strumming, it gets a little loud and it clips the mic. I used to be filled with anxiety. I mean, I still am. And I get kind of nervous when I'm asked to do things like making tea. I still need to follow some sort of a plan, but I'm getting better every day. I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm changing. I'll step out into the rain. No umbrella in my hand suffocate me. And you're so filled with curiosity about the world and everything I want to be like. That could you teach me? I'm getting used to being able to think freely. I'm getting better every day. I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm changing. I'm making new friends along the way. The sky is clear and it's no longer raining. No longer in my room. I know now who I am. And when I walk with you, I don't feel like I need a plan. I've found my place in life with people who finally understand. And when I see myself, I know I'm proud of that man. That note wasn't right, but it's okay. No longer by myself. I won't need It is out of tune. I can tell you that. Thank you, Pixel. The silly. But yeah, like that one I can't get a good recording of it because either some outside sound is messing it up, or my mic is messing up, or I'll listen back to it and be like, that was completely out of tune. It's so sad. And then I'll like play another song and I'll be like, this one sounds so much better. Like this one, like why? How come? Just something about this song. I don't know. The chords being so quiet, I guess, is kind of unforgiving because I can't really cover. Where's my dog barking? And then let me play the second one because I wrote one. Because the other day I was in the middle of SO in the chat. Hello. When I was in the middle of recording the Serizawa one, I was like, I'm gonna take a break from music to do more music, and I wrote another song. Oh, that is out of tune. Let me tune. This one's tuned down because originally it was the same tuning, but then I was like, okay, that's a bit too high on one part, and it's hard to correctly hit the note every single time. So. Ooh, nope. What note is wrong? That's good enough. Okay. I just have to accept that is good enough if I'm playing on the lower octave. This one is Reagan, and I like this one a lot. It is louder as well, so I'm going to turn the gain down just a little bit because there's more strumming involved. Okay. Let me move my stuff so I'm not in the way. My arm's not in the way. Okay. All my life, all I've ever known is how to cheat and lie. All cons and phony feigning confidence that I call my own, but when I look inside, I'm all alone. All my life I've wanted this, wanted to be someone who could not be missed, but no one misses me, and I'm no one. I used to dream and used to want to become someone. The lights in my eyes, I haven't changed at all since that day. I've stayed where I was, and the ukuleele's out of tune. Oh my gosh, let me try that again. I can hear it out of tune, so it's messing me up. I'm gonna scream. I hate this. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Ooh, horrendous. Sorry, guys. Ah, why? I'm trying to fix you. I'm dead. Okay. Okay. Let me try that again. I'll start over. Let me just make sure it's not gonna... Okay, that's good enough. Whatever. I'll just cry. And if it ends up being too bad, I'll grab my other uke, which is set to the higher octave, and I'll play on the higher. FNAF reference in Siren Street. No way. No way. Okay. My life, all I've ever known is how to cheat and lie. All cons and phony feigning confidence that I call my own, but when I look inside, I'm all alone. All my life I've wanted this, wanted to be someone who could not be missed, but no one misses me, and I'm no one. I used to dream and used to want to become someone. The lights in my eyes, I haven't changed at all since that day. I've stayed where I was, and the world's moved anyway. Don't look at me, at the man behind the screen. to sing. I'll keep wearing my mask just like before. I don't know who I am anymore. You must know the truth. All the things they've said all over the news, and I can't bear the thought I've let you down. I understand why you don't want to be around. The lights in my eyes were blinding me to the truth. While you tried to live, I tried to hold back your selfish desires. I used you for my gain. I wanted to become someone, but I never changed. Like a moth to a flame is a man to the flame, or like Icarus flying too high. From the outside it's enticing, alright, but it's dangerous, and so I lie. A meaningless life is a fate worse than death. I was sentenced to that for my crime of dreaming to be someone I could then see as a man worthy of love and light. The light in your eyes, all brimming bright with hope, that I could help while I tightened my own rope. In truth, I will say that I admired you in turn. You've grown up so much, now it's my time to learn. Why is this out of tune? You say I'm a good guy, so a good guy is what I'll be. I'll become someone worthy of you being proud of me. It's so out of tune. I need like a ukulele that can be at such it's not supposed to be tuned this low, is what I'm saying. I need one that is, or I need like a mini guitar. You know, like I need like a small one, because normal size guitars are way too big for my hands, or because I'm small. So my favorite part of that song, hi Squib. My favorite part of that song is because I was playing around with like when I play C, and then going like, well, when it's not out of tune, I mean. Like the moth part, but like just the strumming bit of it. But with less like me hitting the wrong string on accident. I don't know. This one has a lot of movement in my left hand, which I usually don't do. But this one, like, I'm like moving it all up and down like the whole time. I have 3 ukuleles. I have 2 concerts and a soprano, and a soprano is a smaller ukulele than a concert. The soprano one is the first one. Hold on, let me grab my other ones. Where's my soprano? I thought I saw it yesterday. Hold on, I think I'm going crazy. I'm pretty sure I moved it off my bed last night. Wait a minute. Nope, that was the other one. Okay. Yeah, so my soprano was the first one I got back in 2017. 2017. This one's tuned up pretty high. I've painted it a million times. But it was like $40, and sometimes the A string buzzes because it's pretty cheap, and I have it tuned really high, and there's also paint everywhere, so. Yeah, so there's that one, and then there's my sister's ukulele that she got. She gave to me. Well, she had it for quite a while, and then she gave it to me for my birthday last year. She's like, I don't use this anymore. Do you want it? I was like, yes, please. This one is tuned up high, but I'm also using the capo thingy to make it higher. And then there's the one that I got for Christmas for my grandpa. Is it cracked? The fretboard has a crack in it. What the? That's crazy. I've never... Huh? That's so strange. Anyways, the one that I got for Christmas a few years back. Which is the one that's tuned low. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Yeah, so... If it was, like, not terribly tuned, then, you know. Let me pull up my... No, I'll just do my iPad. My Google Doc of the songs I've written. It's funny because not all of them have chords listed for them. But some do, and it's funny because they weren't figured out by me. It was someone else, like someone in my community who was like, let me just try to figure out the chords for these siren songs. Thank goodness for that person, because I would have some of these chords like lost because I don't remember. I didn't write them down when I wrote the songs. I just wrote the lyrics down. Now I always write down the chords. Well, I try to always write down the chords when I write songs, or else I will forget what the chords were, and then I'll never know. This one I have to tune it back up. Hold on. Okay, that's a good basis. And then let's see, because I also wrote the tunings down on these, because I went back and I like edited some stuff. But I was playing like my Fallout 4 ones, and I really liked how they sounded. Well, that's kind of biased. I wrote them, but I mean, like I was like, wow, I forgot that this is like actually really nice. Okay. I am not tuned this low. Hold on. So C sharp, D sharp. So I gotta tune it 2 things up. I use the capo. I don't know how it's pronounced. I Am is probably the prettiest song I've written and recorded. Something about it, because part of it was the main track of it I recorded when my iPad was broken. My first iPad. It was my dad's work iPad. It started doing this thing. I had a whole video about it. It started doing this thing where like it wouldn't let me use my C hub. So I couldn't use my mic with my iPad. So I was using my iPad's built-in mic to record. The songs in the synthetic EP are like what are they? They're like I don't know. A lot of the tracks were recorded with me like playing like the thing really quietly and singing over so there's some sort of like some of the tracks have the other tracks in them, so it kind of gives it like this like not ethereal but kind of like a I don't know how to, like not echoey, but you know, has like it sounds like it's more surround. So like I Am is like ooh, so I love that one. I don't know. Thank you, Nacho. That's actually very sweet of you to say. I try to do lots of things. Because I write, I draw, I sing, do ukulele. Jack of, not all trades, but quite a few of them. Okay, I'm gonna play I Am just because I really like it. Okay. Plugged into a mainframe. Into my brain, I don't understand. The people all look at me. I'm nothing like they've ever seen. They don't understand. I'm filled with sprockets and servos. I've got wires where my nerves go. I feel so out of place where I am. It feels slightly out of tune, but I can't do anything about that. Can't remember what I forgot. I think it happens quite a lot, and it worries me. And it worries me. I can find a missing person, but I can't find the missing piece from inside of me. Inside of me. I'm filled with sprockets and servos. I've got wires where my nerves go, but I still do not know who I am. A life that will never be mine, belonging to Nick Valentine, his name written on my sign where I am. Tell me why I still see her if I am not him. Tell me why my heart hurts if I'm not human. If I'm not human. Why is the G so out of tune with the rest of them aren't? Filled with sprockets and servos. I've got wires where my nerves go, but still I do not know what I am. Person with a plastic face, not a part of the human race, but I have found my home and place where I am. One day I will close the case on who I am. I love that. Dude, why is it wanting to be out of tune? Hello, welcome. It is me singing. I am silly. I'm playing songs that I've written because it's 7:40 in the morning and I felt like it. I'll play Prototype because I like that one, and it's got almost. It's funny because I've been using the same the same picking kind of thing for a lot of them because I like it. It's kind of okay, the Ink Spots. They are this old band from the 30s. I love them. All of their songs start with the same chord progression, picking do 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 do, and then whatever. All of them start with that. And and so it's kind of hard to tell which song is which when you're just listening to them. Of course they'll be in different keys, but there's some that are in the same key and you're oh, it must be this song. No. Reverse. It's wrong. I feel like that because I'll use the same do 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 do. But then with Prototype, I do something a little different with it. Hold on, let me make sure I have it tuned to the correct part. Let me pull up my tuner. F sharp, A, B, C, D, E. Oh, hold on. Thank you. I try. A lot of bad songs come before a lot of good ones can, I guess. There's a lot of scrapped music. Okay, that's good enough. I say that, and then as I'm playing, I'm oh, it's so out of tune. Let me see if it's... Ooh, that is wrong. That's very wrong, actually. So that one's basically the same, because it's the... But then I added... Which I can't think too much about, or I'll forget how to do it. Do you ever have that, you know, there's something you know how to do, but if you start actually thinking about how you're doing it, you start messing up and then you forget how you do it. It's just sort of just muscle memory, I guess. I don't know. Cause I genuinely don't know how I like came up with that. I was like, okay. That one is out of tune. Can I? Hold on. Let me grab my other ukulele. No, I won't. Yes, I will. No, I won't. Sorry, I'm very indecisive. This capo's not helping. I don't know how to pronounce that word. A lot of this is just me tuning and trying not to cry, as it's not working out. Let me just straight up tune it up to that. Maybe that'll be better. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oops. A single-celled organism. True. I hate it, like, when I'll have a drawing, I'm like, oh, this is good, and then I keep working on it, and I ended up doing too much, and I kind of ruin it. I'm like, dang it was better before, and now I can't go back to that spot. That happens more often than I would like. Maybe being tuned higher would be better for the ukulele anyways. They got a walk while walking. I fell over once. Bro, are you okay? Okay, now we can finally try. Hold on. Making sure it's tuned. You keep rendering, it looks worse. Yeah, I feel that especially when I'm like painting, like doing like overpainting, or well, when I'm doing overpainting, it's fine because it's a layer over everything. I've kind of noticed, yes. But yeah, like when I'm overpainting, I'm like, oh, this looks nice, because I'll be doing a digital painting, I'm like, oh, this looks nice, and then I'll keep going, I'll be like, dang it, I rendered too much, and I thought too much about the painting. Sorry, you said manual breathing, but I only saw the word manual, and I thought you were talking about Lin-Manuel Miranda. Bro. Oh man, okay. It's hard to believe you. It's hard not knowing the truth. It's hard to rationalize, cause we have the same face but different eyes. It's hard cause you recognize me, but I've never seen you before. And you know that my name belonged to a man from before the war. You tell me that we're brothers, and that I just can't remember all that time we spent together. How am I supposed to believe that? But I know that at the basics we have the same face. But unlike you, come on, let's face it, a name came with my hat. Prototype. Sorry, I just looked at the chat. Prototype. Synthesize. You could learn I was assigned the personality of who I was told to be. You got to choose for yourself while I had no agency. I gotta scroll down, hold on. You say that you saw me wake up, not know knowing who or what I was so many times. You say you helped me escape, but I still can't figure out if it's the truth or if it's all lies. Direct memory access, I feel like I know less and less, but in my heart I must confess I want to believe that what you're saying is all true, that you know me and I knew you, that we escaped the institute, that we are family prototype synthesized. You helped me, but I was still blind. Now I am free to decide who I will be. In the end I kept the name and detective agency. You tell me that we're brothers, and I wish I could remember all that time we spent together. I am sorry for what I said, but I know that at the basics we have the same face, different eyes and ideals can't erase that shared pain inside our heads. It's nice not to be the only one. I prefer being on the run to being thrown out with the trash. And I'm glad to have someone who understands what it's like to be what I am. Circuits and wires all attached. Can never remember what note I'm supposed to hit there. Prototype synthesize. You could learn I was assigned the personality of who I was told to be. You chose for yourself and I chose to stay me. That was the first one I wrote of like those 5 Fallout 4 songs I wrote. And I had written it. The amount of times I had recorded that song and did different, there was like 20 different versions of that song, all the same lyrics, but like the way I played it evolved so much. It's crazy. I'll look back at like the prototype. I'll look back at that in my band lab like folder and be like, wow, this sounds so bad compared to like how I actually, that the ending of it sounds. I have to tune this down one. I need to be D sharp for Acadia. I love when artists and stuff will put references to their other works or other songs in like another song. Like, or when an album references another album by the same like artist. Oh, so good. Because it's one thing for songs in one album to reference each other. I still love that. It's amazing. It's so good. But when an album references another album, dude, Clancy, oh my gosh, the Clancy album's so good. I'm seeing them in a couple weeks. I'm so excited. It's been 7 years. But like when it referenced, The Few, the Proud, the Emotional, I screamed. Sorry, I love 21 Pilots. They're one of the 21 Pilots and Steven Universe are like the two things that got me into playing the ukulele back in 2017. Well, I wanted to in 2016, but I didn't get one until 2017. No, that's a lie. I got it in 2017. No, sorry, 2016. Summer 2016, I got a ukulele. That's right. I remember. But I made sure to like reference, like in synthetic, I made sure to reference a lot of the other songs, so I'll have like those notes and such in it. And I'm pretty sure in like, I'm trying to think. I wrote the Death Shroud song I wrote. I need to put that on Spotify. I keep forgetting to. Also, the Death Shroud people, the Death Shroud guy was like, hey, we're gonna be doing another one. Can we use this in the actual podcast? I was like, yeah, and then I don't know if they ever did it. I hope they did. I hope they release it. He loved the song. I was broing crazy. I was very happy about that. I reference Portal in that one else, and I reference some of my synthetic songs in that one as well. I love Fallout 4. I love Nick Valentine. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. You say that I'm a monster. I've already accepted that fact. Sure, in the end, they quote-unquote lost her. It was insurance for our pact. Gotta scroll down. Welcome to Acadia, our haven in the harbor. A perfect little paradise for people like us, brother. You recovered my memories, heard that I planned some bad things, but don't you worry, that's why I forgot them in the first place. I don't trust the people out there, they take what they want, it's really unfair. Just trust me, we have different eyes but the same face. Welcome to Acadia, our haven in the harbor. A perfect little paradise for people like us, brother. Here a synth is truly free from the Institute's grasp. In the real world they lose their memories. In the brotherhood they wouldn't last. I tell you that we're brothers, and I wish you could remember all that time we spent together. Maybe then you could understand that everything I do is for the best. Our people matter more than all the rest of them. Just think of it like a test and give this place a chance. Welcome to Acadia, our haven in the harbor. A perfect little paradise for people like us, brother. Here a synth is truly free, but I made some backup plans just in case something goes wrong. We'll leave our harbor in the fall. Gotta scroll down again. You say that I'm a monster, a fact I already knew. You see, I can live with that. The question is, can you? I like leaving that open. I don't know something about that. Okay, wait, can I just be like a nerd for a second? Can I just be annoying? I want to explain lyrics. I love putting so much thought into lyrics. But like Acadia, it's about Dima. Sorry, I'm just gonna go on a Fallout 4 just info dump real quick. So okay, I didn't know I was gonna be doing this, but okay. Nick Valentine, favorite character. He is a synth. He's a synthetic person. He's a robot detective. You can see why I love him. Robot detective Nick Valentine. But his memories and his whole personality and being is not his, because 200 years prior, before the war, there was a real police detective. I say real, I mean like real in the game. There was a police detective named Nick Valentine, and after his fiancée Jennifer Lands was shot and murdered by crime lord Eddie Winter, and Eddie Winter wasn't able to be convicted because he actually was a... what's the word that he used? Anyways, he basically gave all this information on his associates, and so because he gave them all this information to arrest all these other people, they're like, okay, well, we can't arrest him because part of the police force was corrupt. So Nick couldn't like, you know, because he spent all his time trying to get Eddie Winter, and Eddie Winter killed Jennifer Lands during the investigation anyways, so she's dead, and so he's depressed and like just like going through all this stuff, and so his boss is like, Nick Valentine, I need you to go down to CIT, which is the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. It's MIT, but it's called the Commonwealth because that's Fallout 4. It takes place in Boston. He's like, you should go down to CIT. They had this experimental thing to help with like trauma. And so you need to go get your there's just like a thing. So he's like, fine, I'll go. So he goes, and they scan his brain. But what he doesn't know is that they're actually stealing his entire being, or like they're copying his personality and everything onto these hard drives. And they do that with a bunch of people. And then the war happens, and most people die, except for the character you play as, because they go to a bunker. But Nick, well, he wakes up. But he's not human, because now he's a synth. But it's not like... Oh, thank you. It's nice to listen to him talking. Okay, that's good. Well, it's not... How I think of it is, it's not like he's like, oh, I've been turned into a robot. It's more that he just thinks he's himself, and then he slowly starts to realize, oh, I'm not that guy. I'm a robot with his personality. It's a bit different. There's like a little bit of a distinction there. But so with the base game, that's his thing, and his personal quest that you help him with is getting closure, because you go and you finally capture Eddie Winter, because he had locked himself away in this bunker, and he became one of the first ghouls. Like, he got this experimental treatment and it turned him into a ghoul, which is basically like a zombie. And so you finally take down Eddie Winter. And he shows you the spot where Jenny was shot and then her car crashed. And yeah, so you get closure with that. So that's the base game. In the Far Harbor DLC, which is so good, you learn, well, one, Nick has memory issues because he's a prototype synth. He wasn't supposed to last this long. His memory banks, when they get full, they delete the backlog to keep going. So he's forgotten a lot of stuff, except for, like, because he'll get flashes and memories of people he doesn't remember, but he does remember because they were Nick Valentine, the real one. They were like he knew them. That's why in I Am, he's like, tell me why I still see her if I'm not him. And so you go to Far Harbor, which is actually Bahaba, which is Bar Harbor, but people in Maine, they say Bahaba. I guess that's what my dad said. I don't know. They're known for, I think, lobster? Anyways, but because the sign is all withered, it looks like it says Far Harbor, so they call it Far Harbor. So you go there, and on this spot, there is Acadia, which is actually a real national park in Maine. And Acadia is this synth haven for people who are synths, because the Institute, who makes the synths, has been kidnapping people and replacing them with synthetic people that look exactly the same, but when you kill them, they're actually robots. This is Fallout 4. It's so good. People say Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are better. People say New Vegas is the best one. I own Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but I can't play them because I can't stand the style. I need them to update it. I need Bethesda to remaster them to be in the Fallout 4 engine, because then I'll play them. But until then, Fallout 4 is my favorite because Nick Valentine, because I've played his quest so many times. I have a 17-page long thing that I've written. Let me pull my Google Doc. Anyways, so you go there and you meet the leader of this synth haven, this synth colony, named Dima, which it's a pun. It's capital D, lowercase I, capital M, capital A. It's supposed to be direct memory access, which is it's a reference to something that you do in the Far Harbor DLC. And he's calling Nick brother, and Nick's like, who are you? I don't know who the heck you are. He's like, you don't remember me? I'm the other prototype synth. Like, I'm the other one, because the Institute created two, and Nick's like, I don't remember that. I remember waking up in the garbage. And he's like, oh, this is so sad, because I remember you waking up time and time again with new personalities, and none of them stuck except until Nick. Nick Valentine stuck, and I helped you escape, but you don't remember. And so he keeps calling him brother. And then Dima does some shady things. Like, he wants to protect the synths, which is good and all, which is all good, but, like, he then does some other things. He, like, has nukes ready just in case he needs to nuke Far Harbor to protect the synths. He's a little cuckoo. But you basically you help Nick, like, recover these memories And he's like, oh, I remember these things now. And basically you can either help him, like, rekindle his, like, brotherhood with Dima, or you can be like, hey, no, he's not your brother. But I always say he is his brother, because I'm like, Nick needs more people in his life. And what's interesting, okay, actually, because I'm a little silly, I've done this on stream at least twice before, where I've started explaining Fallout 4, and then I've just started to pull up my Nick Valentine document and started reading it, because I love reading it. So, because it's my stream, I'm going to do that. And I love reading. I love reading out loud, even though sometimes I read too fast and then I mess up. Where is it? Oh, hold on. I opened a ton of, like, old documents. Now this one's buried. Hello? No, not featherweight. Where is it? No, exactly. That's why I'm saying jumpsuit is such a Fallout 4 song, because, one, you're wearing the jumpsuit, you're wearing... Sorry, not jumpsuit, sorry, Nico and the Niners. But jumpsuit as well, because jumpsuit you're wearing the vault suit. Nico and the Niners. Because I think it's really funny, because Nico, Nicholas, Nick, Dima don't control it. I'm screaming. Silly. I just love... Where is it? This is really funny. Why are there so many things in my Google Docs? Oh, there's a search button. I'm actually so smart, guys. I promise. If I can type correctly. Valentine. Oh, am I in the wrong... Is it not in this one? Is it in my other email? I could have sworn. No, let me try. No, what? Hold on. I'm so confused. I have two emails, and so I'm trying to find which one it's in. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I found it. I found it. Okay. It's funny, because this is written like a video essay. Because it was going to be a video essay. This is a video essay script, and it's 17 pages long, and I was only halfway through what I wanted to do, and I never finished it. When did I start writing this? Hold on. Not document outline, I want... details. I started writing this February 13th, 2022, a day before Valentine's Day, which I think is funny. Last time I modified it, February 10th, 2023. I don't know why I modified it, but, you know. So I'm gonna start reading this. So yeah, it's kind of written in a way of, like, video essay-ish. Kind of goofy. Yeah. So, you're probably familiar with the Fallout series. Either you've played a game or two yourself, or you've heard people talk about how trash Fallout 76 is. I also forgot, like, a lot of stuff I wrote in here, so... Either way, you're probably at least familiar. Today we'll be talking about Fallout 4, specifically its best companion, Detective Nick Valentine. And I give disclaimers. I said before we get into it, I want to give a quick disclaimer. I'll be going off my own personal experiences of playing this game, and so there's maybe some inaccuracies. Just to clarify, this is entirely my opinion, so keep that in mind as I ramble about tiny things that I find significant. So, spoilers for this game, but it's still, even if you do know what happens, it's still, chef's kiss, so good. It does have issues. Like, I don't understand why the Institute kidnaps people. I don't think that's ever explained. I think that's one of the things people are like, dude, I don't get Fallout 4. Because it never explains why the Institute does this, and I don't understand why, but, you know, who knows? Can't a girl have hobbies? Like, come on, let the dude do that. I forgot what his name was. Anyways, let the Institute leader kidnap people. It's like in the FNAF movie, it's like, wait, so why did William Afton, like, do all of that? It's like, can't a girl have hobbies? Okay. Fallout 4, depending on where you look, came out on either November 9th or November 10th of 2015. Personally, I like the November 9th release date better, because it means that one of my favorite games came out on my birthday. Not 2015, that's not the year I was born, that's, like, 11 years after I was born. I mean, like, November 9th. Created by Bethesda, the same game studio who'd bring us Doom 2016 a year later, Fallout 4 is a very different game from the other ones in the series. And then I started explaining a lot of things. This is actually fine, this is fine. Different from a lot of the other games in the series. Let me actually turn on a little bit of background ambient music so that I'm not just... Minecraft soundtrack. I do this all the time. But there's a specific video that I play because I know the exact order it goes in. It's the one I've used every time. Come on. Oh wait, I think I have it pinned. Or, not pinned. Bookmarked? Do I? Sorry, I'm just gonna put that on because then I can, so there's just something in the background. Let me make sure it's playing it. Oh, let me actually plug my headphones in. You know, that would be really helpful. I've realized. Wow. Okay. Is it picking up desktop audio? That is the question. It is not. Hold on. Tell me if you can hear that, and tell me, y'all have to help me with the music volume because versus my voice. That's like the main issue when it comes to streaming is like not knowing your audio levels because you can't hear it back. Let me turn it down on my end though, so I can hear my own voice. So yeah, let me just wait till I get feedback on that and then I'll continue. Just reading, straight up reading. I love reading. Which is really ironic because I don't read a lot. I mean, I love reading out loud. I write, but you know, silly. It's really funny because I made a playlist on Spotify of all of the Minecraft songs in the order that this video goes in, and it took me until I made that playlist to realize that this just goes in alphabetical order. Of like, it goes through the different albums in alphabetical order. Like all the songs are in alphabetical order, and I didn't realize that until I was making that playlist. I was like, oh, that makes sense. It's just really funny. Okay. Let me go back to reading. Just, yeah. Why do I have two things playing? Okay. Why was output capture playing as well? This is fine. Okay. Sorry. Just making sure things are okay. Fallout 4 is a very different game from the other games in the series. How is it different, you may ask? I don't actually know. Because I've never played any other Fallout game, so I may be a bit biased by saying Fallout 4 is the best. I just know from other people that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas... Yeah, there is a long delay. I'm sorry about that. Oh, it's Apollo Justice real. Let me change the name of the stream so that I'm not lying. Hold on. Reading my... I'm just chatting. Okay. Where was I? Sorry, sometimes I just randomly speak in a British accent. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm mentally ill. I gotta stop. Okay. Too early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. Okay. I just know from other people that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas were different. And some might argue better, but do those games have Nick Valentine? I didn't think so. So aside from no longer having Elder Scrolls Oblivion-style NPCs, Fallout 4 is different as it takes place in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Fallout 3 took place in Washington, D.C., and Fallout New Vegas took place in, well, you know, Las Vegas. Just in the New California Republic, which is like California, Nevada, you know, all that kind of area. That's where I'm from. I'm from California. Herlock Sholmes real. I'm Phoenix Wright. And Trucy, because my dad's a defense attorney. And I'm Sunshine, that's my middle name. No, legitimately though. Anyways, yes. You play as either Nate or Nora. So you get to customize the character, of course, but if you choose the dude, your wife will be named Nora, and if you choose the gal, your husband will be named Nate. Either way, you have a baby son named Sean, a robotic butler, which is a Mr. Handy, which is like a type of butler, like robot, named Codsworth. I hate the name Sean for this baby. It's fine. Sean's a fine name, but for like I don't know, something with this ugly little baby like 3D model. I've chosen Nora for the 3 times I've played the game, naming her Natalie, making her look like Natalie Nightingale, or like a grown-up version of Natalie Nightingale from my Featherweight fanfiction. Nora was a lawyer, love that for her, and Nate was an army veteran. The year's 2077, and you live in a very 1950s-esque suburban neighborhood. When talking to a door-to-door sales rep at Vault-Tech, who I realized during my second playthrough was making fun of door-to-door sales reps for MLMs like Avon, you choose your name and distribute your special points like D&D character. Special is like strength, perception, something. I forgot. It stands for something. I don't remember. He informs you that you, your spouse, and your son have a reserved spot in Vault 111 due to Nate's veteran status. He leaves and you go to check on Sean. While you're doing that, Codsworth calls you back to the living room because something's happening on the TV. So I have to give all this kind of like backstory so I can start explaining Nick Valentine, but I'm cooking or something. Actually, I think I stopped explaining. Well, I need to get to the part where I talk about Nick Valentine, and I can stop and skip to the part about the actual part about Nick Valentine. I can't talk. So the talking head informs citizens that a nuclear attack is underway and that bombs have already touched the ground. Sirens begin. And side note, my name may be Siren, but oh boy, I hate nuclear sirens so much. I hate that sound. And you and your family rush out of your home to the nearby Vault 111. You pass your neighbors and get to the gate where the Vault-Tech rep you had talked to is being denied entry by power armored guards. You tell the guard that you're on the list and you're let through. You and your spouse, who's holding your son, get onto the platform just in time, and it lowers as a nuke hits the ground at the distance. The blast passes over you as you're lowered, meaning that you probably already got some radiation damage already, but like, they don't really address that. But maybe that's how you're able to survive in the wasteland later. I don't know. There's only a small group of people on the platform with you. The lift stops and you all exit off the platform. Vault-Tech employees instruct you where to go and give you a vault suit your very own. You're led to a room by a Vault-Tech employee, told to put on the vault suit and instructed to step into the pod. You're told that it's a decontamination. I can't talk. Sometimes when I read, I do skip over syllables. Oh my gosh, I can't say this word. Decontamination. That's the word. Decontamination chamber. But as you look through the glass to the pod opposite, yours where your spouse is holding your son, the chamber freezes over. So Vault-Tech lied. I mean, they always lie, but you know. Vault 111 was an experiment for cryogenic freezing. In fact, all of the vaults they created were some sort of experiment in one way or another. You briefly wake up during your freezing, and you see some strange people outside of the pods. You can actually bang on the glass during this scene, but it actually does nothing. And you see those strange people open up your spouse's pod and wake your spouse up. And one of the people tells your spouse to give them the baby that, you know, your spouse is holding. But your spouse refuses, and the stranger tries to pull Sean out of your spouse's arms. Struggles ended when your spouse is shot and killed. Dead. Gone. Deceased. R.I.P. Nate or Nora. You see all this happen, you're powerless. You can't do anything about it. But the man turns to your pod and says that at least they still have the backup, which is you, and then leaves and you're refrozen. And then you wake up again, and the pod opens, and you follow the pod and you realize that something's very wrong because you're the only one who wakes up and leaves because you're the only one still alive. Because everyone besides your spouse, you know, who died of gunshot wound, suffered from life support failure and asphyxiation inside the cryo chambers. So they're all dead, except for you. Very lucky, I guess, that you're the only one, but like, oops. So you can go to your spouse's pod, open it up, and you can also, the only thing you can do is take their wedding ring, which I think is kind of funny. You just be like, fine. Yeah. And then you leave, and then the game uses this as a tutorial on how to fight. So you pick up the Pip-Boy on the way out of it's on like the skeleton of a Vault-Tech employee. And you're now in the wasteland. It's a very different world from before the war, because you see the world from before the war, which it's like, you see a little bit of it. You can like walk outside and you see a little bit, but now like, you can actually go around. So just like, everything's different. From here, you must find your way to safety, as well as start your quest to complete the main objective of the game, which is to find Sean. What's really funny is I've never actually beaten Fallout 4, but I've played it so many times because I love Nick's personal quest, and I've only gotten to the Institute one time, like my first time, because other times I keep restarting so I can replay Nick's part. I don't know. Okay, so you find Codsworth still in Sanctuary Hills where you lived, and he tells you that it's been 210 years since you entered the vault, and you tell him that your spouse was killed and that Sean was kidnapped. And you look around Sanctuary with him, and he suggests you go to Concord to get help. So on the way, you pass the Red Rocket gas station, you meet Dogmeat, which is, like, the dog that's in the game. He's a German Shepherd. Is he? Yeah, I think so. And he accompanies you. Good dog. Love him. So in Concord, you meet the Minutemen, led by Preston Garvey. Where do I get Diamond City? Okay, we're almost there. Their group is very small, but you learn they used to have more members, people who have fallen in battle. You help them defeat raiders that are giving them trouble, and this is also when you first use power armor and first fight a Deathclaw. I hate Deathclaws. Horrendous. They're like giant, like, dinosaur lizard things, and they're awful. They're not that bad once you get more, like, weapons. Like, when you get the mini nukes, like that, donezo. They're over when you do that. Yeah, the dog is named Dogmeat. It's a reference to something, I think. Hold on, let me look it up on Google.com. What is Dogmeat a reference to? Not in Minecraft. Why does it want to? I mean, why does it want me to type in Minecraft? Oh. All right then. The unnamed dog of Max. I can't say words. Rockatansky, Mad Max, from the 1981 post-apocalyptic film Mad Max. Yeah. So he looks like the dog from that movie, which makes sense because it's like same kind of style of like world. I watched Mad Max, I think Fury Road, and I was like, this is very Fallout 4. After this fight, Preston tells you that the Minutemen are heading to Sanctuary. Mama Murphy, an old woman who can see visions due to her chem uses. Chems are drugs, just straight up drugs, yeah. So chem, when they say chems, they're talking about drugs. Due to her chem usage, tells you that there may be help in the great green jewel of the Commonwealth, which is Diamond City. Do I explain why it's called Diamond City down here? I don't. Diamond City, it's called that because it's in a baseball diamond. That's why it's called the Great Green Jewel, because the green field of the baseball diamond, it's in Fenway Park in Boston. I really want to go visit Boston just so I can go see Fenway Park. I live on the other side of the country. I've never been past, technically I guess Colorado. I've been in the Denver airport. Yes. You can either go with the Minutemen, which is side quest stuff, I think. I never did it early game, so I actually don't know. Or you can go straight to Diamond City, which is what I did. So you travel to Diamond City, you meet Piper outside the gate. The city was built inside, yep, I said this. The city was built inside the old let me try that again. The old Boston baseball stadium. Sometimes words kill me. Hence, Great Green Jewel. Piper is being refused entry to the city because of the mayor's orders. She's a reporter and she's like too much of a snoop, and they're like, no, you're gonna reveal things. She sees you and tells Danny, the guard, that you're a trader, like you trade items. And Danny reluctantly lets the two of you in, and then you meet Mayor McDonough. This is where you learn that Piper is a journalist and disliked yep, I keep explaining things and then realizing I've already explained them later in my writing. And I'm talking too fast. And is disliked by Mayor McDonough for her quote-unquote lies that she printed about the mayor. The mayor gets frustrated with her and turns to you, telling you that you look like Diamond City material. You can tell him why you're there, to get help to find your kidnapped son, and Piper perks up at this. Apparently people keep going missing in Diamond City, and the guards do nothing. You can ask McDonough if there's anyone who can help, but you'll need to pass a charisma check, but you can always quick save and reload if you fail, so which is fine, like, it's super easy. It's such a good feature. Like soft resetting. If you pass, he'll tell you that there's a detective named Nick Valentine who could possibly help, and then he quickly says he has to go, and he leaves. So Piper's surprised that you're able to get any info out of McDonough. If you end up not asking the mayor, you can ask other residents for help. The only other person I've ever asked was Nat, which is Piper's little sister. She's outside of public occurrences selling papers. She gives you one, saying that it's free for newcomers, and this is where you learn about the Institute. The little girl tells you that the Institute snatches up people in the night, making them disappear without a trace. You can ask her where you can get help if you didn't already ask someone else, and she'll tell you about Mr. Nick Valentine and his detective agency. Visiting the agency, you meet Ellie Perkins, his secretary. She tells you that you're quote-unquote too late, the detective isn't here, and that he's missing. You tell her that you can help, and she tells you all about Skinny Malone and his gang. Sorry, the way that I can only like hear her voice saying that, she's like, "Oh, Skinny Malone and his gang." Just the way that she says it is in my brain. Valentine was investigating the disappearance of a girl connected to the gang. He went to their hideout to investigate and hasn't been back in weeks. So she tells you where it is and wishes you good luck. You can actually travel with Piper at this point or continue with Dogmeat, which is what I did. So now we jump to Vault 114, the place where you rescue Valentine. At this point, you only know a few things about him. His name is Nick Valentine, he helps people, and he's a secretary named Ellie Perkins. You don't know anything else about him. You don't know that he's a robot. You don't know that he's a synth. You just think he's like a normal person. So you fight your way through the gang and deeper inside the vault, and finally you're in the doorway and you see high up a gang member talking to someone behind glass. Sorry, the sun is in my eyes. That made it worse. Oh, hold on. I need to move my blinds. I just got blinded. Call me the weekend the way I'm blinded by the lights. That was so stupid. You need to get rid of this dude, and once you do, the person behind the glass tells you to unlock the door using the terminal before the gang catches on. You can see through the glass into the dark room where a man with a fedora and a trench coat is standing, but you can't really, you just see that it's a man, you don't see any details about him. That's on purpose. Little do you know, that's on purpose. Once you unlock the door of the terminal, you enter and you meet the focus, it says of our video, because it was supposed to be a video, of this writing. Detective Nick Valentine himself. This is the first time the player/character is informed that he's not human. It's a visual thing. He's obviously mechanical. All 3 times I've started Fallout 4, I've noticed something. At this first meeting in the dark room, oh, Nick is missing an eye in my writing. I wrote NCK. Nick will light a cigarette, which illuminates his face in a dramatic way and establishes his character as a film noir detective perfectly. After this initial conversation is over, he puts out the cigarette. This happened all 3 times, so I'm guessing it's like intentional. I'm pretty sure that's like part of the coding. Anyways, you tell Nick that your son is missing, and he tells you he'll help you as soon as the 2 of you get out of this place. With Nick on your side, you make your way through the vault, confront Skinny Malone. You can convince, and then I put in quotation, what's her name? Because I forgot her name. The girl that went missing. To go home. Maybe it was Darla. Probably Darla. I'm just gonna call her Darla. You can convince Darla to go home, and if you pass, then you don't have to duke it out against the gang. Malone will let you leave. When you're finally back in Diamond City, Ellie is happy to see her boss again. She thanks you by giving you caps, which is like the currency. It's the money in this game is bottle caps. I do have a bottle cap collection. Yeah, I collect trash because I like Fallout 4. She gives you caps as well as a set of detective clothes that match what Valentine wears. It's actually not exact. His clothing is specific to him only. I think that's what it is. Anyways, yeah. Or his coat isn't, but his hat is. Only he has that specific hat. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's true. Now you tell Nick about your son. You tell Nick about when your son was kidnapped. As you tell him, he begins to put a profile together, and when you tell him the final detail about your kidnappers, not your kidnappers, the kidnappers, he puts the pieces together and says that it sounds like Kellogg, which is this guy that he knows. Ellie confirms the description and says the MO matches Kellogg. You learn that Kellogg is a mercenary. He's a killer. And I made some dumb joke about serial killer because Kellogg. Why did I do that? Kellogg used to live in Diamond City with a young boy, who you assume is probably Sean. He left the city a while back, and so you and Nick go to investigate his empty house. So you assume, oh, young boy. Like, you this whole time you're thinking, he was kidnapped, and then I woke up, so he must still be a baby. But what you don't know is that time has passed since then, and when he's like, oh, he was with a young boy, you're like, oh, dang, it must have been like 10 years since that actually happened, and I woke up again. Dang it. Okay, well, this is fine. Oops. There's only a little bit more in that section, and then I stopped writing that to start writing his personal quest, because I love his personal quest. So now I'm just going to skip to the personal quest section, because I've kind of already introduced him. Let me grab my soda. Not like I need to talk any faster, but you know. There's no reason for me to be, oh my gosh, for me to be caffeinated and, yes, Kellogg cereal. What's his first name? I forgot his first name. There's no reason for me to be caffeinated and be hopped up on ADHD meds that I'm prescribed, but I like soda. Oh. Dr. Pepper. I love that video. Okay. Nick Valentine's personal quest. Oh boy, this section is going to be a long one. So the quest Long Time Coming, which is the name of his personal quest, will begin after your affinity with Nick is 750. So the affinity is like when you like help an NPC or help a companion, and you do things, you say certain things, there it'll be like, oh, Nick Valentine liked this, or loved this, or character disliked this, character hated this, and there's like a level that you can't see it. It's like you don't see the actual number, but like when you do a certain thing that adds points to it, whatever, you know that sort of thing. After your affinity with Nick is 750, and after the Dangerous Minds quest, which is the one involving Kellogg's memories, so you see his memories, and you see he works for the Institute, all this stuff. That's not really important, because that's not important to Nick. Well, I guess kind of, the Institute, but still. Nick wants your help in closing the case on something from the original Nick's past, taking down crime boss Eddie Winter, a prominent figure in Boston during the Sole Survivor's time. The Sole Survivor is the name of the player character. That's like the base, just like the default kind of like term. Nick explains how Winter recorded a set of 10 holotapes incriminating his associates. So holotapes are like just like cassette tapes basically, but digital because ooh, retrofuturism. Each holotape has an encrypted number, and all 10 will reveal the code to unlocking the bunker that Winter sealed himself in. He even went so far as to turning himself into a ghoul, the first one, as Nick says, so that he could live forever. You can ask Nick what this is quote-unquote really about, and he'll tell you. I've got memories of a girl, my girl. They're not really my memories, I know that. They're Nick's, but the girl. She was real, she was beautiful and innocent, and Winter killed her. Now he's got to pay the price. I love Nick Valentine so much. Okay, this is the first we hear of this girl, Jennifer Lands. Valentine will give you 3 holotapes. Note, according to the Fallout Wiki, which I've been using to fact-check myself. Hi, Squib! I've been using the... Hi, birthday, Miku! Sorry, which I've been using to fact-check myself as I write the script. Apparently, the quote-unquote... Why do I say quote-unquote? The Operation Winter's End tape is found in the Cambridge Police Department. I cannot remember if Nick gave me the tape or if I picked it up myself when I first played, but I do remember having to go to the station with Nick for the first time during my second run to get the tape, since I was never there with him... Never there before with him. I can't remember if he gives it to you if you go there before ever doing this quest, but I think he does. The wiki says that if you go there with Nick when the ghouls were attacking the Brotherhood of Steel, who quote, comment on how he swiped the holotape there while it was happening. So anyways, that doesn't really matter. That was just a side tangent. Such a vibe change. Oh, I'm explaining. Yeah. One of them is... One of them... Oh, he kind of is. I don't like McDonough. I don't want to spoil something about him, but it's not important. But Piper writes in the paper saying she's like, I think he's a synth. And he's like, no, I'm not. He is. He's a synth. Well, he doesn't actually know that. If you're a synth, you don't know that until you do. Except for Nick, who obviously is a synth. Oh, the greeting. Yeah. One of them is the first holotape of Winter's. The actual components of the holotape aren't important, so I won't play them. I will, however, play the other 2 tapes he gives you. The first of the 2 is titled Operation Winter's End. I love Captain Widmock's voice. He speaks, because when Captain Widmock, he speaks in a Boston accent, and I can't do it. He's like, he talks like this. The front of his mouth, tip of his teeth, tip of his tongue. Nick Valentine is talking about that. I like his voice a lot. He's like, hello team, Captain Widmock here. I wish I knew someone with that voice. It's so good. The person who voices Widmark is actually the one of the directors of the game, who grew up in Boston, and his like house and his like school are in the game, but they're destroyed. Yeah, just they said simp. I've made jokes about that before. It's synth. I made a joke about him being a synth and me being a simp, because I love Nick Valentine. Unironically, since 2021, I've wanted to change my last name to Valentine, because of Nick Valentine, also because Sam Valentine, such a banger name. Because Sunshine's my middle name, so Samantha Sunshine Valentine. Oh, that sounds so good. Sunny Valentine? Like, what? Anyways, yeah, that's future me's problem. He says, hello team, Captain Windmark here. Welcome to the task force. Operation Winter's End starts now with you. Together, we will knock Eddie Winter off his throne and dump his sorry ass into a 2,000-volt easy chair. It should come as a surprise to no one that our operations in Boston have been, in a word, compromised. I sound like the scout. Winter has eyes everywhere, even the BPD. So, our brothers across the river in Cambridge, almost British now, whoops, have been kind enough to let us use the Cambridge Police Department as our base of operations. Let's get to work. Good hunting. I went almost British there. That's my issue. I love Boston accents, but I can't do them without almost going British a little bit, because I can do British accent pretty well. I can do that a lot, but since I do it a lot, I go into that. If I try to do any other accent, even like Southern, I just go into it, whatever. And the second tape is titled Welcome Home, because this one's directed to Nick. Sorry about that. Sorry. My dad opened the door, we were talking. I muted my mic when he goes, hi streamer! He said hi the same way I said hi to Squib. I was like, hi Squib! He said, hi streamer! I'm not kidding, he did that. My mic was muted. Anyways, the second tape is titled Welcome Home. Detective Valentine, Captain Widmark here. I'd just like to reiterate how excited we are here at the Boston Police Department that you'll be joining our investigation. Commissioner Turner has already regaled me with the tales of your adventures in Chicago. As you know, Edward L. Eddie Winter has been a pox on this beautiful city for nearly 2 decades. Extortion, murder, racketeering, kidnapping, name a crime, he's committed it. The epitome of the cold-blooded, brilliant, slippery crime boss. Fortunately for us, over the years, Winter has also developed that most self-destructive character traits, supreme arrogance. Starting a little over a year ago, Winter stopped coding... I'm going British again. Winter stopped coding his correspondences and began communicating entirely via unencrypted holotape. Each one addressed to the subject in question and very clearly signed off by Winter himself. He's obviously mocking the authorities. He thinks he knows we're monitoring his communications. He doesn't care. Winter thinks he's untouchable. Well, he's wrong. This is when the game changes. Those holotapes are the key. I can't do this. I'm going Australian. Those holotapes are the key to building a case against Eddie Winter, and they're what this task force will focus on. His crimes, his words. Total self-incrimination. Get those holotapes and we get Winter. Sorry, I haven't listened to these tapes in so long I forgot how his voice goes. I haven't done Boston in a billion years. Whatever. So, that's the end of that tape. I cannot tell you how happy these tapes make me. Here are my takeaways. Widmark's voice, I love it so much. He's voiced by Emil Peglarulo, I can't say his last name, Peglarulo, the game's lead designer, the main group in Boston, so he knows how to play it. 2, Widmark explains how the BPD, the Boston Police Department, is corrupt. Keep that in mind. Think about that. You need to know that. 3, the operations are happening at the Cambridge Police Station. Now, it is occupied by the Brotherhood of Steel, which... Brotherhood bad. A bit ironic that the station used to be a command center for an operation that Nick Valentine was a part of, is now being used by the Brotherhood, a group that hates synths. They are against synths because they're so mean. Canadian judge noise are going to Minnesota. Oh, they're kind of similar. That was Boston. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I just know I can do British and that's it. I think I can do a mean German accent. I can kind of do a French one if I try. I'm not going to try though. 4, the second tape is called Welcome Home. As you heard, Widmark mentions how Valentine was working in Chicago. Meanwhile, in Chicago, the fact that it's titled the way that it is seems to imply that Nick was originally from Boston but went to Chicago for work. He came back to help Widmark, who he's probably worked with before. And 5, oh, how I wish we knew what Nick's adventures in Chicago were like. I wish. On to the quest itself. You need to go to the different police stations across the Commonwealth to collect the remaining 9 tapes. They're spread out so far apart, it seems. 2 stations that stood out most to me were the ones for East Boston and the BADTFL, which is the... what does it stand for? I'm not even going to remember what that stands for. Whatever. East Boston Police Station is where you can find Winter's 6th tape, although you don't necessarily need to collect the tapes in their labeled numerical order. On the evidence terminal in the station are entries for various cases. The one for the Winter case reads as follows. Case 115-8. Flips hair, yo, stream my new album. Sorry, the heart is covering that, so I just read it, stream me new album. You're just Scottish or Irish now. Whatever. Case 115-8. Winter holotape logs. Evidence entry. Oh my gosh. Evidence log entry Edwin-06. Object holotape 06. Status. Checked out to Officer Graham, East Boston PD. Evidence log entry Edwin-07. Object holotape 07. Status mailed to Officer Doyle, South Boston Police, 10/16/77. So October 16th, 2077. Holotape 06 is on the desk near to where the terminal is in the station, with a skeleton laying in front of it. By using the information provided to us by the terminal, we can assume that this desk belongs to Officer Graham of the East Boston PD. Furthermore, we can find a reasonable that the skeleton in front of said desk is that of Officer Graham. I made this big brain connection on my 3rd run of Fallout 4. Let me tell you, connecting a name to a skeleton, dude, it makes it mean so much more. Seeing the skeletal remains inside different police stations makes you wonder, how many of these people did Nick know? How many of these people were his friends? Does he know? Like, seriously, like, I remember playing Fallout 4, I think my 3rd time, and I was literally writing down the names of every single officer and, like, military, like, personnel, like, from before the war, like, they're all in all these terminals. I was, like, writing them all down, like, all their information. That's called brain rot. That is called brain rot. Moving on to the BADTFL, which I think stands for the Bureau... Yeah, that's it. Bureau for something. I forgot, whatever. It's not important. This is where Winter's 0th tape is found. Yeah, the tapes are numbered 0 to 9. This place is significant because this is where you can find another holotape recorded by Widmark, but also because there's information on a police terminal that I don't think I paid enough attention to my first time playing. On this terminal, you can find an entry which states the following. Case log 155-H-109. BADTFL informant summary. Picking up a lot of chatter recently from Eddie Winter's boys asking after a Jennifer Lance of South Boston. Ran background of the name, and turns out she's engaged to Nick Valentine, one of the detectives running Operation Winter's End. Request made to supervisors to fast-track the 2 of them for witness protection, or at least inform them of danger, but request was denied. Higher-ups don't want to compromise ongoing BADTFL investigation. It was my 2nd playthrough that I actually noticed the terminal, and I can't tell you how mad it made me. I'm not even kidding. So mad. Okay, but imagine finding this terminal before this quest. Like, imagine how that would feel. But, like, before I continue, it says let me play. I'm just gonna read the transcript of the 3rd Widmark tape. It's titled We Are Done, and it's found in the BADTFL's evidence locker. And I don't know if the location of it being the evidence locker is significant or not, but, like, that's where it is. So, here it is. Detective Valentine. Nick, listen. I'm sorry. You've got every right to be upset, but you need to believe me when I tell you I had no idea. Operation Winter's End was my baby. I believed in it. I still believe in it. They kept us all in the dock, me included. I got briefed this afternoon, and they laid it all out. The whole thing. Winter's deal with the DA, his agreement to bring down the other families, his idea to record the holotapes and incriminate all known associates, and them needing a legitimate op and a real task force to make it look like Winter was the focus. It was the plan all along, Nick. There's nothing we can do. Winter was a stoolie for the feds. He reported directly to the BADTFL, all in the books. For his cooperation, Winter will be granted total immunity. It's over. Effective immediately, Operation Winter's End is to cease all investigations and operations. The task force is hereby disbanded. We played our part, pal. Not the part we... Gumshoe! We played our part, pal. Not the part we thought, but hey, it happens. Now in just another box in the file room. Nick, listen to me. Everything that's happened with Winter, with Jenny, it's more than any one man should have to handle. You need help. Boston PD's been working with the eggheads at CIT, some new program they have to deal with trauma, scanning brainwaves or some such. I'll get you the info. You're going. That's an order. And then the tape ends. I love Winmark. I made a design for him because he didn't have one. I also gave him a wife, and I also made another police officer and gave him like a wife, and I have a design for Nick, and I have a design for Jenny. It's funny because my design for Nick Valentine, I designed him to be like my perfect, my ideal like man because I love him so much, so like whatever. And then Gregory, he looks so much like Gregory Edgeworth. The way that I draw Gregory Edgeworth. I'm trying to see what your profile picture is now. It's so small on my end. It looks like Naru, but I can't tell. I can't use my eyes. It's way too tiny on my end. Whatever. So, oh my gosh. So many thoughts. So first of all, we learned that Operation Winter's End was all a setup. We also learned that Winmark was the one who told Nick to go down to CIT, the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, which later became the Institute. A program to do with trauma, a program which was a cover for the brainwave scanning. Well, actually it's funny, because he says scanning brainwaves, but like, the brainwave scanning, which is how they snatched the memories. This is how the Institute got Valentine's memories and personality. So connecting this tape to the information learned from the terminal, Jennifer Lands was killed, and it was for literally no reason. I'm gonna go off right here. Let me cook. Let me put you on something. It was the BAD-TFL that found out that Jenny was on Winter's radar. It was part of the BAD-TFL that tried to warn Nick and Jen about this, but it was the higher-ups that said no. The same higher-ups that had a deal with Winter. It says that the, quote, higher-ups didn't want to compromise the ongoing BAD-TFL investigation, but that's obviously some cover. Operation Winter's End was all for show. Higher-ups from the BAD-TFL knew that. Winter knew that. So what was the point of not warning Nick and Jen? Was it because the BAD-TFL didn't think anything would happen since it was all a cover? Winter literally did not have to kill Jennifer. Nick may have been the lead detective, but it was an operation that wouldn't actually be able to convict Winter in any way at all. Winter killed Jennifer as quote-unquote revenge for Valentine being on the case, but Nick wouldn't be able to actually do anything about it because the case was all a cover anyways. So was it just Winter's cover? Did he do it to make it look like he was actually threatening the useless task force? Did he know that he wouldn't be able to be convicted for this murder either? It makes me so mad, but maybe that's the point. I'll get into this a little bit more, but you're supposed to hate Winter. They do a really good job of getting you to do that. And I'm pretty sure I've read too much into that, because who's supposed to put that much detail? Like, who's supposed to think about so much detail there? Why is this chat not? Okay, sorry. Refresh the chat line because this chat is moving. That one's not. Oh, it's gone. Okay, bye chat. Oh, there we go. You're in Nick Valentine video script. You are. Once you get all the tapes, you tell Nick, and he leaves your companionship. So like it says like, oh, Nick has left your companionship. And the two of you go down to Andrew's station. Once, after fighting your way through there, you reach Winter's bunker. Valentine lets you do the honors of punching in the code. Upon entering, you see Eddie Winter, the ghoul himself. He's been irradiated. Does that make him a nuclear Winter? Haha, silly. It's loud? It's loud? That's strange. Okay. Also, Winter is voiced by Jay Giannani. I can't say my own things. Also, Winter is voiced by Jay Giannani, an actor who was in a movie called The Iceman, and who would go on to be in a movie called It Snows All the Time. This guy must love the cold or something. He's obviously surprised to see you, but I love here is a conversation between him and Nick. Nick says, I'm not going anywhere until I get what I came for. Winter says, yeah? And what's that? And who are you, huh? You look kind of familiar, but what are you, some kind of robot? Is that what it's like out there now? A world full of robot overlords? I knew it. Nick replies, it shouldn't be loud. Maybe you're crazy. Someone's gaslighting you? No. Nick says, the name's Valentine. Nick Valentine. Remember me? Winter replies, Valentine, the cop? Is that who you're supposed to be? Sorry, pal, but you ain't Nick Valentine. You're just some sort of machine. Nick says, you kill my fiance, Jennifer Lands. There are some crimes even you can't get away with, Winter. Not the smirk. Winter says, your fiance? You mean Valentine's fiance? Pretty girl. A shame what happened to her. Look at you. You're not even alive. Nick says, then I guess I'm in good company. Then you enter combat. I stand back and I let Nick take out Winter himself. He deserves this, and also it says that he loves it if you don't step in. He's like, oh, Nick loved this. So Nick kills Winter. It's over. Let's discuss this confrontation. Winter says that Valentine looks kind of familiar. The thing is, Nick looks like every other Gen 2 synth, just much more weathered. Gen 2 synths, they just look like mannequins, basically. And all of them look the same. They all have the same face. Sorry, there's like movement. Winter's probably referring to the clothes that Nick's wearing because there's literally no way he would be able to recognize Nick as Nick by his face. The way that Nick carries himself, the way he talks, the way he dresses, it all came from the original Nick Valentine. The Winter is most likely finding those things familiar, seeing as Valentine was the lead detective. Winter laughing at Nick, asking, is that who you're supposed to be? As if Nick's just pretending to be this cop. Winter telling him that he ain't Nick Valentine, that he's just some kind of machine. Nick's been struggling with who and what he is since he woke up in the Institute's garbage, as he says. Hearing someone else speak his insecurities out loud, someone that he hates? Oh my gosh. And then he says, your fiance? You mean Valentine's fiance? Oh, and Winter is so aware of what he's done. Pretty girl, he says. A shame what happened to her. He knows he was never charged with this murder. To him, it was just another item on the laundry list of crimes he's committed. I quieted down pretty fast because I turned the volume down. Yeah. And then Winter says that Nick's not even alive, to which Nick responds, and I guess I'm in good company, and kills Winter. Give me chills. Like, oh, so good. After Winter is killed, you can look around his bunker. You can find a holotape labeled to Claire. This tape was addressed to Winter's girlfriend from before the war, and explains how he got inside intel from the army about the impending nuclear war. So first off, the army knew about it beforehand. Oops. And told her about the experimental treatment he was going to get to help him survive the fallout, which is how he became a ghoul. In this tape, he tells her that he loves her and how he wants to survive the war with and for her. Obviously, that didn't happen because he never saw Claire again. This is what I was talking about earlier. You're supposed to hate Winter. This tape shows that he did love people, but it's used to further the flame. Winter had a girl he loved and he wanted to survive the war alongside. Even so, he had no remorse for taking a girl that someone else loved away from them. And again, it was essentially for no reason other than to just do it. This is Fallout 4. It's so good. I love it. This is only a small part of the game. Like, this is just a side personal quest for for the best companion, Nick Valentine. This is not even the main part of the game. Maybe, this is just, yeah. I just love Nick so much. If you think about it, Winter brought forth his own end. If he didn't make those tapes, perhaps the Winter's End task force wouldn't have been gathered and Nick wouldn't have come back to Boston. If his men didn't kill Jenny, which, remember, for essentially no reason and could have been used as cover, maybe Widmark wouldn't have told Nick to go down to CIT. But because Nick did go down to CIT, his personality was able to be given to a synth. This synth now wanted to take down Winter, still hung up on what was never resolved. Oh, before I call it that, turn out, okay. Never resolved. In short, if Winter hadn't killed Jenny, there wouldn't be a synth Nick Valentine to kill Winter. It really was a long time coming, but Winter was his own downfall in the end. And then I have bullet points for Jenny's death and the bullet things. But I didn't actually write that out, but let me skip down to the next part that's written. It wasn't until my second playthrough of Fallout 4 that something became apparent to me. I like to continually ask my companions for their thoughts in tons of situations to see if there's any new voice lines I haven't heard yet. During my second time playing, I was asking Nick for his thoughts. It was early game when you first have him as your companion basically, but after you learn that he's programmed with the personality memories of a pre-war cop. His reply to my question, did you say something? Sorry, sometimes I get flashes of Nick's life sometimes. Why say sometimes twice? Guy spent a lot of time in sandwich joints. Remember, did I say something about sandwich stuff? Whatever. Wait, did I? I don't think I ever mentioned that. Whatever. I think I was going to. This is why. See, at first I thought, little lore tidbit, yummy! But when playing the Long Time Coming quest for a second time, I was alerted to a detail I hadn't noticed the time before. I never realized that you exited through the basement of a sandwich shop. In fact, the only reason I did notice was at the time my second playthrough was a minor detail was because of that voice line. What page of this we're on? Oh, let me check. Let's see. What? Tell me. Hold on, I have to put it in page outline or print layout. Oh, please load. Oh, it doesn't tell me. I don't know. We're on some page. I'm on my iPad, so it doesn't actually tell you what page you're on because it's just one long continuous scroll. But we're pretty decently into it. Anyways, he's silly. This is just full. This is like so. This is like brain rot. Like not brain rot as we know it, Gen Alpha brain rot, but I mean like brain rot the way that we used to use the term before this past year, which was like, I'm thinking too much about it. Oh, I'm insane. Okay. This next part I'd written before playing the quest for a third time. My third time playing, I took notice of the fact that Nick literally tells you that Winter's hideout was in the basement of the sandwich shop, but at the time I'd written this, and during my second playthrough, I just missed that detail. I also missed it during my first time playing. So here were my thoughts during my second playthrough before realizing that this detail is literally told to you. The creators had put that sandwich line there. This is me going crazy, all game theory. The creators had put that sandwich line there during that lower level of affinity with Nick so that the, at the time small, detail of the sandwich shop would be in your mind later if you happen to recall it. Or if you're like me, completely missed the fact that Winter's hideout was under the joint. But this further point still stands. Why would they even mention this sandwich shop? Why would the original Nick spend so much time in them? Sure, Winter's base was under one of them, but it's obvious. Nick likes sandwiches. No, like, I know, that's a joke, but here are my actual thoughts. The reason to me that the sandwich shop is so significant is that Nick shows you where Jenny's car had crashed after she had been shot, which was literally right outside that sandwich shop. There is no reason to tell us that sandwich shop detail about Nick. They could have just left it at the shop being the hideout for Winter. Again, this is all pure speculation. Them adding in this detail that Nick spent a lot of time in sandwich joints has led me to believe that the original Nick Valentine was in that very shop when Jenny was shot and her car crashed. Winter probably planned it that way, knowing that Valentine would be there and knowing that Jenny would be near. Nick would have heard the car crash and run out, not being aware at first what happened. He would have seen the car and recognized it as his fiance's. He would have rushed to her side, but she would be dead. His world would come crashing down around him, and he would want to take down Winter even more than he had before. They could have had Jen's car crash be literally anywhere else in South Boston. Sure, they probably had to be right outside the shop for convenience of the quest, but the fact that it was right outside means something. It may not have been intentional, but it adds another layer to Nick Valentine, both the original and the synth. That's just the theory. And then I cut myself off because it'd be like, okay, theory. But yes, that sandwich shop detail, I'm crazy. I'm insane. Something I barely noticed on my third run of Fallout 4 was the Boston Bugle. I'd always seen them and known there were a couple copies on Nick's desk back at the agency, but my third run was when I actually took time to look at the 3D model. On Nick's desk, there's a Boston Bugle laid out and another rolled up. Inspecting the bugle in your Pip-Boy allows you to more clearly read what is on it, but you can also just look at them in the world. This specific edition is about Eddie Winter, how he was given immunity. It came out in October of 2077, right before the bombs fell. The paper model itself reads as follows. Case closed on crime boss Eddie Winter by Mags Vecchio. Vecchio? It's Italian. Vecchio. I'll say Vecchio. Boston Bugle staff writer. In a move that has shocked and angered the people of Massachusetts, the Boston, ... that's where the model cuts off, Jonathan Windmark of the BBD said, after reviewing the evidence with our colleagues at ... that's where the model cuts off again. It was an unexpected turn of events, to be sure. According to the Boston Bugle's confidential sources within the Boston Police Department, the quote-unquote innocent man was anything but. As uncovered by Captain Windmark's official investigation, codenamed Operation Winter's End, Eddie Winter was involved in every crime imaginable, from petty larceny to first-degree murder. And although nothing was proved... She'd proven it. I don't know. And nothing was proved. Everyone on Windmark's task force suspected Winter in the August homicide death of their lead detective's fiancée, a Miss Jennifer Lands. Whatever the truth, it would... That's where that model cuts off. It even says... Okay, this is now me talking. It even says that although he cannot be convicted of his crimes, he's not innocent because of the murder of the lead detective fiancée, Jennifer Lands. Stating that it happened in August and giving a bit of a vague timeline idea of a timeline. Nick had lost Jenny a couple of months before the nuclear attack, and those months were probably filled with him putting everything he could into taking down Winter, revenge or retribution. This is probably, realizing this is what makes this edition really sad to see it be on Nick's desk. All of the Boston Bugle models in this game are the same edition of the paper, made to be the story on purpose. And also because just having just having one model is so much easier than having a bunch of different ones. Ooh, bread. Sorry, I just saw the chat. A key detail is that it never mentions Nick Valentine by name. It says the lead detective and only calls Jennifer by name, which is kind of interesting. Like, why would you not mention the lead detective but mention the name of the fiance at that time? A number of people in the Commonwealth could have read this pre-war newspaper and would have known about Winter. And none of them saying anything about Jennifer when talking to or about Nick. None of them say anything about Jennifer when talking to or about Nick. Not that it would ever make sense in most contexts to bring her up anyways. His name was never said. Ellie, of course, knows about Jennifer Winter. She knows she's close with Nick and knows even more about him than the player ever gets to know. Jealous? No, I'm kidding. But a gameplay reason for leaving out Nick's name would be that the player wouldn't learn about Jenny and Nick before Valentine's personal quest. Yes, you learn early on that Nick is a synth programmed with the memories and personality of a pre-war detective, but it would ruin the story development if the player saw Nick's name in that paper. The Boston Bugle is also how you learn of Captain Windmark's first name, Jonathan. I'd been looking at Windmark's wiki page a few weeks back and I was so confused how it gave him a first name since he never said it in any of his 3 recorded holotapes. That same day, I read the Boston Bugle model for the first time, and upon rotating it, saw that it stated his name as Captain Jonathan Windmark. Small detail, very cool. Fun fact, if you looked up Captain John Windmark Fallout 4 on Google, at least for me, the first result will be the fandom wiki page, but all other results will be about Richard Widmark. Richard Widmark was an actor who made his debut in film noir. Considering the Valentine is based in film noir, that's pretty cool. But then I saw something, a question box on Google asking if Richard Widmark and John Wayne got along. I learned that these two actors worked together in The Alamo, a film from 1960. Apparently they didn't get along. But like, back to Fallout 4, the character's name is John Widmark, and you only learn of his name from the Boston Bugle, so there's literally no reason for him to even have one. But they give him one, and it made this name a combination of these two actors, and I think that's kind of neat. So the Boston Bugle is a picture of Eddie Winter from before he was a ghoul. This is a point I want to stress. We never see anyone from Nick's past aside from Winter. We see this picture of him, and he's the exception because you meet him in-game, and it's directly related to Nick. For Widmark, we only hear his voice. Everyone else is only mentioned, spoken about. Nick's past is purely auditory, save from things that affect the actual in-game, like the long-time coming quest. We never see what anyone looks like. We only know what Winter looks like because he's from in-game. We don't know what Jenny looked like, what Widmark looked like, what Nick looked like. By keeping our knowledge from the original Nick to information told to us, it strengthens the character of the synthetic Nick and allows us to identify Synth Nick as the Nick Valentine rather than just a robot with this other man's personality. I'll expand upon that more in the Far Harbor section as it relates to things that we learned in the DLC. Basically, it's up to interpretation on what everyone looked like. That's how I ended up with a human Nick Valentine design that kind of looks like the medic from TF2 and Unmasked Spider-Man Noir, but I guess that kind of makes sense since he is Noir Detective. Sort of how related to how Nick looks, I have a mod that allows me to equip clothing items since he's one of the companions in the game that you can't customize the outfit of. A lot of the other companions you can, but him you can't. All I did was give him the wedding ring, silly, and glasses, and he looks great in glasses. Yeah, he looks like a robotic Walter White. When I was showing some of my Fallout 4 screenshots on the stream, someone even said he looked like Heisenberg. Okay, while typing up what the Boston Bugle said, I went to the wiki page and saw that there is a full article. It can apparently be found in the Boston Bugle building terminal entries, a place I've never been to before in-game. So here's the article in its entirety. Case closed on crime boss Eddie Winter by Mags Vecchio. I can't even remember how I decided to say names. By Mags Vecchio, Boston Bugle staff writer. In a move that shocked and angered the people of Massachusetts, the Boston Bugle Police Department announced last night that they have ceased all investigations into the actions of reputed organized crime boss Eddie Winter. Speaking on behalf of the special task force that had been assembled specifically to build a case against Winter, Captain Jonathan Widmark of the BPD said, after reviewing the evidence with our colleagues at the Bureau of Alcohol, Drugs, Tobacco, Firearms, and Lasers, that's what BADTFL stands for, I remember now, it became clear that we, in fact, were wrong. Eddie Winter has indeed had a colorful history, but it's not a criminal history. By pursuing our case against Mr. Winter, we will simply continue to waste taxpayer dollars and, even worse, condemn an innocent man. It was an unexpected turn of events, to be sure. According to the Boston Bugle's confidential sources within the Boston Police Department, the innocent man was anything but. As uncovered by Captain Windmark's official investigation, codenamed Operation Winter's End, Eddie Winter was involved in every crime imaginable, from petty larceny to first-degree murder. And although nothing was proved, everyone on Windmark's task force suspected Winter in the August homicide deaths of their lead detective's fiancée, Miss Jennifer Lands. Whatever the truth, it would appear the city of Boston has nothing more to fear from Eddie Winter. When approached for comment, the alleged crime boss cannot be reached. In fact, his South Boston sub-shop has been shuttered and his Harborside residence completely cleaned out. Eddie Winter, it would seem, has disappeared. And now, here are my words. This is the first time I've ever read the full things, and I have a few thoughts. One, I was right. It never says Valentine's name. Originally in the script, I explained how I had a headcanon that never says Valentine's name, and hey, it turns out I was right. Second, Eddie Winter's hideout wasn't just under the sub shop. He owned that sub shop. I don't know what this means for my whole analysis of Nick and the sandwich joint, but I think my idea still works. And three, I feel so bad for Windmark. I'm going to elaborate on this third point. As police captain, Windmark couldn't just say what he actually thought and believed. Even though we know that he was fully against Winter, he had to say that Winter was innocent. We knew that Winter wasn't, or he knew that Winter wasn't, but there was nothing he could actually do about it. He didn't even know of Winter's deal with the feds. The thought of Nick Valentine rereading that article over and over and listening to Windmark's tapes over and over, Ellie says to you after you complete the long time coming quest, "So, Eddie Winter finally got his. Now hopefully Nick will stop playing those dang tapes at all hours of the night." Ellie lives in the agency, shown by the fact that there are two beds. The upper level bed is more likely hers since around are food items, and in a suitcase I've always found a laundered rose dress. Nick's is most likely the lower level bed, with a case file and ammo container next to it. Nick only had 3 tapes this whole time. Welcome Home, which is Windmark's greeting tape to Nick. Operation Winter's End, which was Windmark's debriefing for the team, and Eddie Winter's first holotape. Nick didn't have the We Are Done holotape. You find that yourself in the BAD TFL regional office's evidence locker. Valentine played those 3 tapes over and over, read that article over and over. Yes, he knew that Windmark didn't actually think Winter was innocent, but he only had that article to read. He didn't have Windmark's final tape to remind himself to listen to. Fallout is one of those games where random items spawn in random containers, with those items having no significance to where they're stored, unless they're there specifically placed there by the developers for, like, quest reasons. You see, when I first played Fallout 4, after the long time coming quest, I looked inside Nick's desk in the agency, where I found a silver locket. Now, this is a standard issue junk item, but I originally thought it was intended to be there. I quickly realized it was just a random item spawn, but I had to be honest, it just enhanced my experience, because my immediate thought upon finding the locket is that it was Jenny. I liked the idea, despite how implausible it was, that Nick had a locket of Jenny, a locket that belonged to the original Nick. Logically, it doesn't make literally any sense how he would have it, and even story-wise it doesn't make sense, because he tells you that all the reminders of the old Nick Valentine are gone after his personal quest, but shh, that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. Inside the silver locket item is a faded picture of what looks like to be a blonde woman wearing a very faded reddish outfit. So thank you RNG for giving me what became the base of my design for Jennifer Lands. And then I stopped writing that and started writing my second part, the part of Far Harbor, because I wanted to, so I'll read that part. We're almost done. There's only like 2 pages left, I think. Oh yeah, this is like 1 page. This one's about Dima, the Far Harbor Dixie. So, I have bullet points that say disclaimer and then background info for Far Harbor. I didn't actually write this out, but you know. So, I'm just gonna jump right into it. Nick's voice. Oh my gosh, Steven Russell is an amazing voice actor. He also voices all of the Mr. Handy robots, a number of other bots, and also Codsworth, meaning that he had to record thousands of voice lines for this game, because with Codsworth, there's a huge list that if you have any of those names that you put there on this list, which is, it's an extensive list, he will actually say the name. Steven Russell had to record like literally thousands of voice lines for this game. Oh, and he's also the voice of Dima. Yeah, he voices Nick's brother as well. This is important. Valentine speaks in a cadence similar to that of my favorite Spider-Verse character, Noir, since he is a film noir-style detective. His vocal inflections and sayings work so perfectly. One slight issue I have with his voice, though, is with the DLC. When I first got the DLC, I had been playing for a long time already, and was very far in game. Nick's voice lines for Far Harbor didn't sound weird or off to me, but when playing Fallout 4 a second or third time with the DLC already in the game for the beginning, it results in a jarring difference between Nick's base game dialogue and his DLC dialogue. No shade to Mr. Russell, but is like the mixing different? Was it recorded with a different mic, perhaps? It's weird because in the base game, there's sometimes some lines for Nick that sound a little different from his others, but it's so much more obvious with the DLC. It's so odd to hear the clear voice of base game Nick and then this lower kind of muffled voice of DLC Nick, and it's kind of funny how I didn't take notice of the difference at all when I first played. Besides that point, I love the rest of the DLC voices, especially Dima. Him and Nick are played by the same voice actor, which makes sense seeing as they're quote-unquote twin prototypes. But the way Stephen Russell voices both of them makes it hard to even realize it's the same actor if you didn't already know or were not listening close enough. Nick's voice is undoubtedly more human, taking from the original Nick's speech patterns and vocal tendencies. Dima, who is allowed to develop his own personality, speaks in a more robotic way, a very calm, almost but not quite monotonous voice. This gives immediate contrast between the two synths, but having the same voice actor connects them still. Furthermore, them having the same voice actor means that here's that the voice we hear Nick speak in is not the original voice of the original Nick Valentine. Let me explain. There is a Miss Nanny bot in the base game of Fallout 4 and Vault 81 named Curie. She is a scientist, and if you have her travel with you, she'll eventually tell you that she can't be an effective scientist as a robot. She wants to become human. She wants to download her memories and personality onto a human brain, so you bring her to Dr. Amari. Amari says it wouldn't really be possible to do that with a human brain, but it could be possible using a synth brain. Jumping to the end of this, Curie is transferred to a Gen 3 synth body, and her voice is exactly the same as it was when she was a Miss Nanny bot. I don't know why the music is spiking in volume. I don't know, man. I don't control that. She retained her French accent, with the only difference being her voice is so much more clear as it is being spoken and not coming through a speaker. So with this in mind, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume that Nick possibly speaks in the same... Oh, let me try that again. That Nick possibly speaks in the original Nick Valentine's voice, especially since the other Gen 2 synths don't sound anything like him. But Far Harbor changes that. Before playing the DLC, there is no indication that this isn't actually Nick's voice. For all we know at that point, this is how the original Nick sounded. Since we don't know that Dima has the same base voice. But upon learning that fact, we then know that human Nick must have sounded differently, and that synth Nick is speaking like him, but not with his actual voice. This is a point I touched on in the first part of this reading, but it's important here. We never hear the original Nick's voice. In fact, the only voices we hear from his past pre-war are Eddie Winter and Captain Widmark. On this point of voices and audio, something I find clever is having Nick's past be told purely through auditory means. Either it's through him telling us himself, or when we hear Nick and Dima fight in Dima's memories. We never see any images from the old days. The only exception is Eddie Winter, but that's different since he's an actual character in the game. The developers could have chosen to make Dima's memories a visual thing, ignoring the fact that it's definitely easier to just do audio. Having it be just their voices gives us that room for interpretation. Continuing on about the synth boys, Nick sounds like a human, which is who he lives around. Dima, although spending a lot of time around Gen 3 synths, since that have human voices, sounds robotic. Nick has that preset personality, has that human in him. Dima doesn't have that. The voices give so much characterization to these two in a way that is so much more significant upon knowing the same voice actor. I could go on and on about this point, but I should continue. Oh, and there's only one more thing I say here. The fact that Dima lives away from society while Nick lives in it is a nice parallel to the Institute in the Commonwealth. Dima having all those modifications reflects the Institute's advances in technology to quote-unquote better themselves, versus Nick letting himself take damage and not caring that, say, his right hand is now just metal. That's all I had written. But anyways, yeah, that's 17 pages of a video essay script. My voice is kind of dead. That was all to say. I wanted to explain lines in my music, but I couldn't because I had to explain Fallout 4 first. Now back to my document about my lyric document. I was gonna explain some lyrics from the Fallout 4 songs I'd written. Like in I Am. Some of these lines were directly taken from the game. Fill with sprockets and servos, like that line is like Sprockets and Zerbos is like reference to the actual game. Person with a plastic face. Can't remember what I forgot. I think it happens quite a lot and it worries me. Because he is forgetting all these memories. Thank you. I try. I like writing. I like spiraling and writing a lot. A life that will never be mine belongs to Nick Valentine. I'm so good. Okay, tell me why I still see here if I'm not him, because he's seeing Jenny. He's having memories of Jenny, but he's like, I'm not Nick. Hi, Fanny. Welcome. I was reading my Fallout 4 essay for like the billionth time on stream, and now I'm explaining lyrics. And then in in Prototype, because we have the same face but different eyes, because Nick and Dima have the same face with a little bit different scarring, but Nick's eyes, they're black sclera, so like in the whites of your eyes, his are black, and he has these like glowing like yellow like ring irises. Pretty cool. Whereas Dima has these cloudy like icy blue eyes, like the whole thing is just clouded kind of blue, like almost kind of like a blind person, but he's not blind. But that's like same face but different eyes. And like all of this stuff of like you could learn. Well, I was assigned like this personality. Dima says, I think Dima says, I saw you wake up not knowing who or what you were so many times. Direct memory access, that's Dima. I love this line. That what you're saying is all true, that you know me and I knew you. Because it's like, oh, you currently still remember who I am, but I knew you once. Wrong song. But like, I knew you, but I don't anymore. Not to brag, but I'm cooking sometimes. Yeah, but now I'm free to decide who I'll be. In the end, I kept the name of the detective agency, because he's like, there's no point in not being Nick. Because I've been Nick for so long, you know, it just feels right. I'm not gonna update iTunes, don't tell me that. The thumbnail on some video while you're talking. That is very silly. What is... Sorry, I'm trying to... My computer's being stupid. Where am I? Oh, yes. Yes. Wait. There's a what? Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about, actually. Can you explain? My brain's not working. Because I don't use iTunes. But I know that at the basics, we have the same face, different eyes, and ideals can't erase that shared pain inside our heads, because Dima's like, the synths, the humans are evil, and we need to kill them, so the synths can be free. And Nick's like, why can't we just all, like, exist? Like, can we just do that? And Dima's like, because the thing about Nick is that he lives with people. He knows people. He knows that people can be evil, but he knows that people can be good, and he helps them. And he finds his purpose in helping them. And then in Acadia, these are like more quotes. You say that I'm a monster. I've already accepted the fact, because you can tell Dima, you're a monster, Dima. And he's like, I know that. Like, I've already accepted that. Like, he goes, I can live with that. But can you? Like, can you live with the fact that I'm a monster? Can you, like, live with the fact that you're letting me stay? Ooh. Sure, in the end, they quote-unquote lost her. He's talking about the mayor, the leader of Far Harbor, who he killed and replaced with a synth. But he did that as insurance for, like, the pact that they had made. So in the Far Harbor DLC, you recover Dima's memories, because he has memory banks he has offshore. Or, offshore? They're in, like, some dock. So you go and you find them. And in those, you hear that he planned some bad things, like he has like a nuclear like thing, a contingency plan. But like, he's like, don't worry, like, I forgot those in the first place, so I wouldn't be tempted to use them. It's like, okay, man. He's like, I don't trust the people out there. Like, even though we made a pact, like, they take what they want, and that's not fair to the rest of the synths and everything. just trust me, we have different eyes, but the same face. Because it's the reverse of the thing in Prototype. Instead of saying, like, we're the same in this way, but in truth, we have, like, these different eyes. We see the world differently. And Dima here is saying, we see the world differently. We have different eyes, but we have the same face. I know you. He's, like, trying to, come on, Nick. Here, Synth is truly free for the Institute's grasp. In the railroad, they lose their memories, because the railroad, a reference to the Underground Railroad, the railroad, is rescuing the synths from the Institute, but to help them be safe, they have to wipe their memories, and then they don't remember that they're a synth. They lose their memories there, but the Brotherhood, in the Brotherhood, they win last because the Brotherhood of Steel is against synths, and they hate synths. And then I put in the part from Prototype, I tell you that we're brothers, and I wish you could remember that all the time we spent together. Maybe then you could understand, because he's like, you don't understand. Everything I do is for the best. Like, our people, like, the synths matter more than all the rest of them. Just think of it like a test. Think of this place a chance. He's like, come on. Like, you just need to trust me here. Yeah, and then skipping down, he's like, here a synth is truly free, but I made some backup plans just in case something goes wrong. We'll leave Far Harbor in the fog because, like, they have these, thingies that keep the irradiated fog out of Far Harbor so that it doesn't affect them. And the nuke would then destroy those things, or not the nuke, but they have, like, a way to take those things down. The Far Harbor has a way, or AKD has a way to take those things down, which would then bring the fog in. And then the ending, you say I'm a monster, a fact I already knew. You see I can live with that, the question is can you? I love quoting actual lines in the music. I think ultimately, like the song Ultimately that I wrote, is legitimately just a lot of lines taken from the game. Cause I took a bunch of screenshots and then I wrote a song based on those screenshots. I do want to play it. Hold on. Let me tune my thing. A, B, C, D. I don't think it's tuned that low. Is it tuned higher? Hold on. Let me check my document. I think it's tuned down. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Psycho, no way, reference. Hee hee. Okay, let me turn off the... Let me pause the Minecraft music. Ooh. Good enough, I say, and I will be screaming. I have to remember how to play this song. Hold on, let me mute myself so I can remember. Okay, I think I remember. Okay. There's an intro. You came here looking for someone who wanted to run. She came here to find some answers as to why she didn't feel like a person. Let me ask you this, do you think she's a synth, or better yet, I'll ask you, do you think you are a synth too? But ultimately, you have to decide for yourself, what do you believe? Have you ever questioned your humanity? We so easily accept what's presented to us as the truth. Don't we? Isn't it funny how a memory can feel like a whole different reality? People, places, even sounds and colors can change, or someone else change them. Look for holes in your memories. Have you been having any old dreams? Unexplained, isolated feelings, the signs that you may be like me. I won't lie to you, there will always be other explanations. Trauma, disease, the background radiation, they all take their toll on the mind. Hi, gibberish, but I can promise you that we will accept you no matter what you decide. You are. But ultimately, you have to decide for yourself, what do you believe? Have you ever questioned your humanity? We so easily accept what's presented to us as the truth. Don't we? You said common siren banger music, which, thank you, Jib. But I read that it's con man siren. It is I, Reagan Arataka. Like, that one's a lot of quotes from the game, and I actually quote that one in my Death Shroud song. Death Shroud was a charity podcast episode that Fallout Chad76, which is Fallout 4, oh sorry, Fallout 70. It's a Fallout podcast. Did an audio like a radio drama, and they got all the original actors to come back to voice the people from Fallout 4. So like Steve Russell came back for Nick Valentine, all this stuff. It's crazy because so many other voice actors, so many other Valve voice actors. It's so good. So I wrote a song about that, and I quote that song in the other song I wrote. I don't have those chords though. But I do love that one a lot. Let's see, what other songs? I have Brother on here, actually written down the chords. Wow. Ooh, what? I think this is normally tuned. Let me tune this up. Let me tune this to its normal tuning, because I'm not crazy, and I need to do that. No, it's G sharp. I had to tune up a little bit too high. Wilwood. I do hate tomatoes. I hate tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes. I like tomato products. Like, I love ketchup. I love spaghetti sauce. I love things made of tomatoes. I can't stand plain tomatoes, like regular tomatoes. The strings feel so tight, but it's actually just tuned to its normal tuning. So, like, I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, I see, sorry. I just saw the thing you sent, Fanny. Let me... Tomatoes with blueberry white. Okay, anyways. guys. Seed goop. For real. I don't like the taste of it. Yeah, I don't like the texture either. Like, the main thing. Ooh. Anyways, guys, snapshot throwback? Brother time? How did I'm trying to remember what picking I did for this. Brother, I've been waiting for you to come back home, but you don't. Now there's a war that's waging, and I'm not on my own, but I feel so alone. I know we've had our differences in the past. I gotta scroll down. This time I need your help. I promise it's the last. Brother, look, I'm sorry for what I did to you, but I'm willing to look past it if only you do too. Please do, please do. I know we've had our differences in the past. This time I need your help. I promise it's the last time you'll have to see me. You can leave once it's done, but I promise to be civil, to get this battle won. Oh, brother. Yeah, no, I think you were gibberish because I use it all the time. Brother, oh, you're stronger than I could ever be. Oh, brother, please listen. Oh, brother, I'm sorry. There's a lot of talking in this part, so that's why it's a bunch of just harmonizing or vocalizing. Because it was supposed to be like, look, Alex, there are things I never said. British man. And then Alex being like, yeah, he's an Animal Crossing character. No, he's not. I don't know why I did that. A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. I do know that. I know that indirectly got this Johnny Jash fandom. That's true. Johnny Jash, musical artist, does a lot of Tally Hall song covers. Will Wood. He also like makes his own versions of them. I've heard a few. Pretty cool. Gibberish is like #1 fan that I know of. What other song should I play? Wait, what? This Could Be Us? It's, wait. Oh, it wasn't. It's a gif of Will Wood and tomatoes being thrown at him. The funny thing is the gif didn't load at first, so it was just transparent, so I was like, did you just send a transparent gif? I haven't seen /silly since Gibberish started using it. So that's where I got it from, at least. Yes, okay. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I never actually wrote on the lyrics for Sunshine. Oops. Half step down? Why do I have it tuned like that? Where? Okay, my other ukulele is not tuned. Oh, that's my old uke. What the heck? Oh, interesting. Why was I using my old uke? That was weird. Jib, I also got the use of the default, like, kind of like grinning emoji. I got that from you too. I started using it as a joke when I was playing Phoenix Wright on April Fool's Day when I was being Phoenix. Because I was like, oh, this is such a dad emoji. I'm gonna use this for him, and now I can't stop using it. New Gibberish profile picture? Oh my gosh, it's been so long. It's been so long. For eel. Okay, What do you mean you think you got it from me? I got it from you. Oh, wait. Jib, I picked that up from you. Like, you use it all the time. Like, this is such a gibberish thing, so I started using it. Anyways, I'm gonna play another one song. End of the Game. It was, I think, Last Life song? I don't remember. I just remember writing it after finishing my, like, math final during one of my years. Paint water. Oh. Yellow as the sun, its goddess shares your name. There's a game now to be won. Friend or foe, all must be slain. Forget the aha moment, for you always understood that to reap what you have sown meant cutting the strings inside for good. Who came first, the eh or the eh? And if in the end you don't win, you'll ask yourself, what was the reason? 'Cause inside you'll still feel broken, but you'll be okay by next season. In the meantime, you'll continue your acts, not crimes per se, but filled with broken packs. No alliance will be left intact, 'cause inside there's still an empathy you lack. It always starts out feeling like a game, praying to your head, highlighting your name when everybody is dead. That's the end of the game. No, end of the game. That's the end of the game. That's the end of the game. That's the end of the game. I messed up the end. But, Squib, this is for you specifically. At the end of this song, when it goes, it's the end of the game, the other track is going, I've been so good, I've been happy, helpful and friendly, because I am referencing an animatic for this other Hermitcraft fanfiction, but I just thought you would like that because it's Karma. Karma. There is a recording I have of me playing Karma really, like, soft and, like really slowly and just, like, and it sounds so pretty. And it's such an old recording, but I found it. Oh my gosh. Let me look in the silly. Karma. More like Von Karma. Ooh, gotcha. What? Okay. Oh my gosh, my nose. You have news? Well, do tell. What if I played the Edgeworth song I wrote? Hee hee! I love it. How do I pick this? I forgot. I look in, see a man that I don't recognize. And the universe shifts. It was that animatic by. Oh, name. This was an M. Marcy. No. Something like that. Macy. Yes, Macy. Yeah, and yeah. That animatic is actually what inspired Featherweight. Which is crazy. Yeah, I mean. See a man that I don't recognize. Sorry, I'm reading. He looks like a killer. That's not how it. He looks. Wait, that's not how that line sounds. Hold on. Dude, I think I forgot how my own music goes. Hold on 1 second. What the heck? I need to hear my own voice because I forgot how that. It's my own song. Gosh dang it. Okay, hold on. I need to hear my own voice here. Okay, it's lower. I just remembered. Sorry, I was trying to remember if it was lower or higher. I look. Okay, sorry, that's my bad. But I have this. I don't recognize. He looks like a killer, not the father that I idolized. Oh yeah, Sadness Runs Through was the first like giraffe novel. Yep. In him I see a karmic retribution to behold. And when the power goes out, like a lifeless body, it's grown so cold. I want to believe that I can be someone that I am not. The boy that I was has gone away, replaced by a robot. And you I see a light that I could only hope to hold. But I have fallen so far, and my soul's already been sold. Let me scroll down some more. Why did I make it so high? In the night I wake up to the sound of that scream, and it haunts me every time I dream. Even when my eyes are open, the nightmare never ends. I'm a demon, just like they said. Oh, December, how I wish I could remember the truth in that elevator. The time is almost out. Oh, December, I could have been a defender. Instead I become a monster. Say goodbye to the turnabout. Why am I picking so much? I'm not even hitting the right things. I look through the glass and see a man who believes in truth. You say we were in class when we were 9, and I defended you, and now you want to return that favor that changed your life. I didn't want you to see me like this. You know the lyrics by heart. You listened to it 700 times. I'd hope so. I don't deserve that. I'm gonna strum now. My fingers don't want to do it. And now you want to return that favor that changed your life. I didn't want you to see me like this. I don't deserve that. Right, I'm on the witness stand. A reversal of my role. You never cared about me. Corrupted my soul and turned me into someone who knows only how to hurt. Yet I feel that I deserve the edge of the blade. That's all I am worth. I don't remember if this part goes on this long. Oh, when the earth quakes, mimic my aching heart, I cry. But I lost myself on that fateful night he died. Scrolling down again, I see his spirit living on, still fighting for the truth. I'm playing it higher than it actually is. Why couldn't I be more like him? Why can't I be more like you? Why couldn't I be more like him? Why can't I be more like you? Oh, December, how I wish I could remember the truth in that elevator. The time is almost out. Oh, December, I could have been a defender, but instead I've become a monster. I feel like an imposter, and I'm miles away from ever. Why is it so high? I'm sorry, my throat. Even being like my father, I will never be my father. I could never be my father. I can't ever be my father. Say goodbye to the turnabout. I shouldn't have started playing it so high. It's so high for no reason. I look at your face and I see a real friend. After 15 years of this race, it's finally at end. I know, Jib. And you have brought me from the darkness, a sunflower of light. As you rose like a phoenix, allowing me to take flight. Whatever I do there. Flight, whatever. Yippee! Yahoo! Like I'm an Animal Crossing character who just dug something up in the sand. Oh, and because it's later now, and my voice is actually woken up, I want to play my Serizawa song again. Because even though it's kind of high, I do like it. And then I'll play my Reagan one again, because there's other people here. And I'm a big fan. I wrote them, so. This one's too high up. How's this one? Hairless cats, they're cool, but it's too much maintenance for me because you have to, like, wash them, or there's more, like, maintenance because there's other things you have to do. And also, I like fur cats because I like the fur. But I do think they're cool. I have to make sure it's not too high. Okay. Okay. I played this one at the very beginning of the stream, but it's like been 2.5 hours. Oh my gosh. Let the storm pass over me. Let the rain fall from the sky. I don't have an umbrella anymore to keep me dry. But I'd rather be soaked to the bone than stand under it again. I once was This song made me think of Oliver. Oops. I'm finding out. Serizawa and Oliver are kind of very similar. Sorry, that's unrelated. I'm finding out who I am, and it was through your help. I'm seen as human again, and I couldn't leave my room without fear of the rain. I've gotten bored, gotta scroll down, of single player. Remember when I did write an Oliver song. I didn't, I gotta find that. Games. It was like, oh dear, remember? I am cool with covers. That would be kind of neat. If you need like chords or something, I can give them if I have them. With my newer songs do have them. I used to be filled with anxiety. I mean, I still am. And I get kind of nervous when I'm asked to do things like making tea. I still need to follow some sort of a plan, but I'm getting better every day. I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm changing. I'll step out into the rain. No umbrella in my hand suffocate me. And you're so filled with curiosity about the world and everything I want to be like that. Could you teach me? I'm getting used to being able to think freely. I'm getting better every day. I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm changing. I'm making new friends along the way. The sky is clear and it's no longer raining. No longer in my room. I know now who I am, and when I walk with you, I don't feel like I need a plan. I've found my place in life with people who finally understand, and when I see myself, I know I'm proud of that man. No longer by myself. I won't need that umbrella again. See, isn't that so Oliver coded? So Oliver core. I love Serizawa. My silly. And then I'll play the Reagan one, which I wrote because I was taking a break from trying to record the Serizawa song for the billionth time. I do have Spotify, yes. It's Dr. Siren. That one's not on there yet because I'm still recording it because I can't get a good recording of it without messing up. And then same with this new song, because I just wrote this one a couple days ago. This one's tuned down to C sharp. Okay. And I have to do that because it does. Oh, wrong button. Nope. Oh my gosh, can I? Please, can I? Oh my gosh. E? I was all the way up at E? Wawa. I love Wawa. This next song, which I already played this also during the stream, but it was earlier, It originally started out because I came up with a chord progression that I didn't end up using. I think I'm going to use that same chord progression for a different song, maybe a mop one. But it was, hold on. Nightcore Siren, and it's crazy. That's out of tune. Oh my gosh. Ooh, horrendous. Sorry, I'm trying to tune it. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna play on the one that's tuned higher, and I'll use the higher uke, the higher octave for this, because that's when it's not going to work out. Tune it up a little bit. Where'd I put it? Hello? What the heck? I just had it, didn't I? Oh, there it is. It's behind my iPad. I need it in C sharp. Perfect. Is that the... Yep, it's the higher octave of that because the lower octave's not going to work right now. Okay, the original... the original chord progression was like and I was gonna be like like that, but I never actually, I ended up building off of that progression to get the song I did get, but I didn't actually use that progression. Anyways, here's the actual song. All my life, all I've ever known is how to cheat and lie. All cons and phony feigning confidence that I call my own, but when I look inside, I'm all alone. All my life I've wanted this, wanted to be someone who could not be missed, but no one misses me, and I'm no one. I used to dream and used to want to become someone. The lights in my eyes, I haven't changed at all since that day. I've stayed where I was, and the world's moved anyway. Don't look at me, at the man behind the screen, all made up of smoke. I can't escape my fear of being alone. Being alone. Being alone. Being alone. One mob leaves another's after me for all the make-believe I've been practicing. I'll keep wearing my mask just like before. I don't know who I am anymore. You must know. You must know the truth, all the things they've said over the news, and I can't bear the thought I've let you down. I understand why you don't want to be around. The lights in my eyes were blinding me to the truth. While you try to live, I try to hold back you. Selfish desires, I used you for my game. I wanted to become someone but I never changed. Like a moth to a flame is a man to the fame, or like Icarus flying too high, high. From the outside it's enticing, alright, but it's dangerous, and so I lie. A meaningless life is a fate worse than death. I was sentenced to that for my crime of dreaming to be someone I could then see as a man worthy of love and light. The light in your eyes, all brimming bright with hope, that I could help while I tightened my own rope. In truth, I will say that I admired you in turn. You've grown up so much. Now it's my time to learn. You say I'm a good guy, so a good guy is what I'll be. I'll become someone worthy of you being proud of me. Silly. My favorite part is still like when I'm going like. It's hard to hear it on the higher one, but the lower one sounds like garbage right now. Hold on. How's it go? Hold on. Like a moth to the flame is a man to the fame, or like Icarus flying too high. So I go like. I don't know. I just really like that. I've already said that this stream, but I do like it. And then on the second part it goes. I just like moving my fingers. Silly. Silly. Goofy, even. Undeniably. You did wake up to a siren stream. The Goofies. What do I do now? Hold on, let me check Discord. Oh! Gibberish! Sorry, I'm looking at... Sorry, I was checking something. Oopsie! Okay, what do I do now? Should I play some songs that I don't own? Let's see, what kind of music? Maybe some Steven Universe. Perhaps? Okay, sorry, I'm going on Google so I can get some chords for other songs. Okay, oh, my fingers are so dead. Oh, I have a little blister. Silly. Oh, I don't know if I know, okay, Will Wood songs, they're great, but they're not so great for ukulele. Because I don't know why Tomcat Disposable is so hard to play on ukulele. Because I can't, for some reason, when I'm not listening to it, I can't get the tune right, and it's very annoying. There was one that I could play. Oh my gosh, can this? Why is it so hot in my room? Maybe it's because I'm sitting next to the window and wearing a poncho. I'm not smart. Why are they in Spanish? This is not the thing I want. Or I draw. I will be right back. I have to go do something real quick. Oh, why is my brother's alarm going off? I'll continue the Minecraft music, but I will... I hate tornado sirens. I'm so glad I don't live where they do that. I live in California. Because tornado sirens... I hate sirens. Yeah, I gotta turn tornado. Here, you're listening to some Minecraft music while I go do something. So be right back. I've returned. I'm back. Okay. Yes, I'm back. Sorry. I was doing important stuff. What I was saying before. Sorry, I'm checking Tumblr. What I was saying before is like maybe I should draw now because my left hand fingies are being all like ee-er. This is not music. This is music. What does that sound? What are they doing? Why is the tarp set up? Oh, my dad's outside. I was trying to see what was outside. I got an ask on Tumblr saying, hey, can you draw Reagan eating an apple? It's for a friend. Now, this could be a number of people asking this. It's not anonymous. This could be a number of people asking this. Also, someone asked, well, because someone asked about Serizawa and Mumbo, and then someone else asked about Grian and Phoenix. So Phoenix, what the heck? No, sorry, Reagan. And they said, well, one person asked, how do you think Grian and Reagan would interact? And someone else replied to the Mumbo post being like, oh, they would either hate each other or feed off of each other's energy in a positive feedback loop. And I was thinking the most stupid image that popped in my brain was, of them looking at each other being like, you're like me, and then they start making out. Like the meme kissing drawing. I love that one so much. But I don't know why that was the first image that popped in my head. I was like, green scam artist. Eating an Apple phone? Oh my gosh. He's like, flip phone superiority, and he starts eating it. Okay, let me get out of all my background apps on my iPad, and then I'll set up the thing so I can, AirPlay it to my computer so I can stream me drawing. Let me pull up a new canvas. I'll duplicate that one, because I do like the size of that one. It's pretty nice, even though it's a very uneven size. They don't know that my tummy hurts. Ugh. Advil, please work. What if instead of... Wait, I'm trying to read it because there's a heart in the way. Instead of Apple Boys, it was Apple... Steve Jobs and then the other guy that helped founded Apple. Oh! Sorry, I'm trying to delete layers I don't need. Get out of here, pesky layers. Squib and I send that kiss thing to each other all the time, but it's Gregory. Which, for those that don't know, it's Reagan from Mob Psycho, and Gregory Edgeworth was specifically the one from the Astro Boy Edgeworth AU. What? 8-string games? I've played 1 through 5, and Investigations 1. I still need to play 6. Well, right now I'm replaying 4 because now I have it on Steam, and so I'm trying to get all the achievements. So I'm replaying 4. Also, because 4 is like my favorite one. 3 and 4 are my favorites. I need to play 6, Investigations 2, and then The Great History, and also Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which my brother has that on his DS, but I leave in like a month to go back to Utah for school, so I won't have his DS. But at that point, I'll probably get an emulator for my computer. I already have one for my computer. Let me add. Hold on. Before I go any further, let me do something, and then I'll put the thing on my screen so I can. What's the word? I'm so out of it with that. So I can draw this word. It's true. That is how it occurred. I mean, it didn't actually happen in the roleplay. They did meet in the roleplay. They met because Reagan was murdered by Christoph Gavin in the McDonald's, and then so now he's a ghost piloting his own corpse like he's Danny Phantom or something, and then Astro Boy Edgeworth, like little Miles, meets him. He's like, oh, hey, my dad can fix you. He can put you in a robot body. So they did. They spent a week in that universe. Gibberish, it's over. Our fight is over. I think you're too late. He was murdered by Christoph Gavin in the McDonald's, which is a the McDonald's is a trying to explain McDonald's lore. It's like a crossroads for all these different universes. And also, are you not too late? Okay. But also, Reagan's body is buried in the McDonald's. Like, they buried it. Oh, 50 minutes. Okay, I was an hour off then. And Tomei and Serizawa come into the McDonald's, and they're trying to look for Reagan and Mob and everything, and they don't know that that they're standing on top of where Reagan's body's buried. It's kind of crazy. And then Reagan, because he's a ghost, or before he got his robot body, what was the word? Possessed Kristoff's body and took him back to the jailhouse because he escaped from prison. He took him back down to the police station. Very silly. Yeah, it's really funny. I play mostly Phoenix Wright, as in I play multiple Phoenix Wrights. Let me read you the list of characters I play on in the stupid roleplay we started on April 1st. Because originally it was just me playing around, being like, I'm gonna be Phoenix for this entire day, and then it evolved, and now it's something great. Let me open the thing so I can read the. Oh, let me do it on my iPad. I'm actually logged in already. Okay, I play 22 characters. We have Phoenix, we have Feeny, as in, split AU type Feeny. Phoenix Wright, just normal Phoenix Wright. Trucy, Nick, as in split AU Nick. Sunny Valentine, my courtroom artist girly. Persephone Grimarie, who's the she came from this roleplay originally as a joke between Thalassa and Phoenix. She's from another universe. Astro Miles, Gregory Edgeworth, like Astro AU. Astro Boy AU. Meta Sykes from the Astro Boy AU. Monster AU Phoenix Wright. Monster AU Phoenix. Prosecutor Wright from a Prosecutor Wright AU. Chief Prosecutor Wright, this is after a 7-year gap. Thalassa, Mystic Nick from my Mia Fey trilogy AU. Vampire Edgeworth from my Monster AU. Eleanor Edgeworth, his mom. Reagan Arataka, Ghost Miles from the Astro Boy AU, which... Oh, I just remembered! People who aren't in the Discord don't know about that yet. And then Tomei Karada, and then Magnolia Wright. I haven't played her yet because everyone had, like, their own, like, Hawthorne Phoenix kids. So, Squib has Ro, who's the son of Dahlia and Phoenix, and then, Cass has, oh my gosh. I'm, like, dying. What's her name? I know her name. That girly. Daughter of Phoenix and Iris. Dude, what the heck? Why can't I think? I know her name. Yeah, Blueberry, you tell me. And then I was like, me too! I want to make an actually evil one. So we have Magnolia. She's evil. Oh, yeah, do you want to... Ghost Miles? Do you want to hear about that? Do I want to tell you... Umbra! That's her name. Oh my gosh. Sorry. It's 10 a.m. and I've been awake for 5 hours. Do you want to do you want to hear about... Sorry, there's also chat delay. Do you want to hear about Ghost Miles? I can tell you. That's a little secret for people in stream who aren't also in the Discord who don't know. But yeah, I play a lot of Phoenixes. A lot of things have happened. Someone sent an ask being like, can you have base game Miles meet Astro Boy Edgeworth Gregory? I'm like, this happened in the roleplay. It was very sad. There was a lot of crying. You can, yes, you can know about ghost Miles. Let me put you on this. Okay, let me tell you something. So, actually, let me just pull up my planning document. I meant to make a new part last month, but I totally forgot, and I got busy playing, or drawing Mob Psycho, whatever. We find, oh yeah, okay, so, I'm just gonna explain the next kind of parts I have planned out. There's gonna be more in between all of this, but these are just, like, the main parts I've got planned. So, after, like, a montage of, like, Miles existing, like, Astro Miles existing and, like, living with Metis. Well, not, she doesn't live. Does she live? I don't know yet. Maybe. Miles is full of trauma, and it's supposed to be the joke RP. Like, literally, it's like the joke RP, and then there's the actual RP channel, which has never been used. I think it's very funny. It's funnier that way. Anyways, montage happens, and he's, like, feeling that something's wrong. He's like, oh, something isn't right with me. And he is looking around, and he finds a newspaper, and it's the newspaper from his death day, from, like, his murder. You did miss McLonnell's oh, whoa, I can't talk. You did miss the combo we were talking about that. I was trying to explain Gregory. It stemmed from that. Okay, so he finds a newspaper about, like, from when he was murdered, and it was hidden, so he found it. And he's like, what does this mean? I'm not dead, I'm right here, like, I don't get that, this makes no sense. So he knocks on his dad's door, it's late at night. He knocks on Gregory's door, and Gregory opens the door, he's like, Or, Miles opens the door. He's like, hey dad, and Gregory's like, hey buddy, like, what's wrong? Like, it's kind of the middle of the night. And he climbs up into his dad's bed, and he's like, and Greg, that feels so weird to call him that, ugh. Gregory's like, hey, did you, like, have a bad dream or something? And Miles straight up just asks him, hey, am I dead? And then I wrote in my notes, Gregory, pale as a ghost. Oops. He's like, what makes you think that? Like, of course not. And he's like, well, I found this newspaper, and it says I was murdered. And they're just kind of silent, staring at each other. And he's like, hey, please say something. Like, dad, please. And Gregory said, well, I said you were sick for a long time. It's because, you know, you're dead. He doesn't say dead, though. He starts crying, because, you know, he's true. And so Miles is, like, freaked out. So he starts crying, too. And he hugs him. Well, he doesn't hug him yet. No. I don't know. And he asks him, hey, am I a zombie then? And he's like, no. He's like, well, what am I? He's like, well, I told you Metis was a doctor, right? She's a roboticist. So and then Miles cuts in, oh, she makes robots. Oh, I'm a robot. That makes sense. And he's like, I'm so sorry, like, I should have told you. So now he knows, because in Astro Boy, he does find out very early on, like, that's part of the thing that he finds out. He's like, oh, I'm a robot. So then there's a second thing I wrote that, like, this isn't, like, directly after, but this is, like, the next big part that I was, like, I planned out. So he runs away, Miles runs away to go to Phoenix's house, because he hasn't been able to leave his house yet, because he's not supposed to be in society yet. Check my DMs, what did I do? Is it Gregory? It is. I knew it before I even clicked on the DM. I knew. So he runs to Phoenix's house and he knocks on his window, and Phoenix, like, looks over. And he's like, because, you know, it's his best friend who supposedly died months ago. So he opens the window. He's like, jaw drop. Oh, he's like, Miles, and Miles is like, hi Phoenix. Happy birthday, Miku. So he climbs into the window, and Phoenix is just, like, in shock, and Miles spots Missile, because after, Miles died, Gregory gave Missile to Phoenix, because they had found him together. Sorry, Larry, you don't get to be in part of this, even though technically you found him first. And Phoenix is like, huh? And this poor kid, he's just, like, in shock. So, let's see. Oh, dog. Just remember, like, what these stand for. So he spots Missile, and Missile runs over to Miles, like, barking all happy, or something. And Phoenix is like, Miles, are you a ghost or something? He's like, happy birthday, Phoenix, it's me, Miles. True. No, Astro Miles is so, he is, that is literally, and Phoenix is like, or he's crying, and so Miles is like, Phoenix, he's like, oh, you know, and then Phoenix is like, I went to your funeral, your dad was crying, I was crying, you died. He's like 9. Like, oh my gosh, this kid, he's like, yeah, so he's like that. And Miles is like, I know, I you know, because I did, and Phoenix is like, well, how are you here? And instead of answering, at first he just hugs, they hug, and Miles is like, oh, I have a cool new big sister, and she built me. He's like, what do you mean built you? that's the sound of him crying. And he's like, oh, I'm a robot. Oh, wow, really? He's like, oh, it's not gaslighting, if it's true. It's also not even gaslighting in the first place. And he's like, oh, really, you're a robot? He's like, yeah, really. So he's like, so you're back now? And Miles is like, yeah, we can do everything you used to. Sleepovers, video games, being samurai. And Phoenix is like, oh, samurai. So he pulls out his keychain, the Signal Samurai keychain. Oh my gosh, what's the important image? It's supposed to come back to the dead jaw drop. That's good. Love that. And Miles pulls out his keychain. We skip back to the house, and Gregory is like, hey, Metis? And Metis was like, what's up, new dad? And Gregory's like, where's Miles? He's not here. And Metis is like, oh, well, he's just trying to, ooh. Oh my gosh, it's Ritsu here. Squib, you're gonna cackle when you see the name I put on the package. I'm sobbing. Anyways, so Metis is like, oh crap, he's not actually here. She's like, oops, well, we can find him because he's got a GPS tracker in him, because you know he's like very, very expensive, technically governmental technology, because she's funded, but like, so of course he has GPS in him because you don't want to lose that sort of thing. And also she was kidnapped, like in the original Astro Boy was kidnapped. Anyways, so she goes out looking for him using the GPS. And she finds him at Phoenix's house, and she's like, oh, Miles, like, hey, hi, through the window, and Miles is like, oh, hi, Metis, and he's like, to Phoenix, like, oh, that's my new sister, Metis, and Metis is like, hey, bud, Dad wants you back home, like, just being kind of casual about it, and I'm not trying to explain that, Dad's kind of, like, stressing out, because you're not supposed to be out in society yet, because you're kind of, like, a robot, and he's like, but I'm playing with Phoenix, and Dad likes Phoenix. His government-funded son. That's good. And Metis is like, I know, but Dad says it's important, okay? And so Miles is like, oh, okay, bye Phoenix, bye Missile. And Phoenix is like, bye Miles. And then I have this part here when he's home and he's talking to Gregory. He's like, but Dad, you like Phoenix, like you're a fan of him. And he's like, I do, but you can't just go outside. And he's like, but Dad, I was just playing with my friend, like, you know. And he's like, well, you can't. The world doesn't know about you yet. Do you understand how dangerous that is? How dangerous you are? You don't know how to control your abilities yet. And he's like, oh, I'm dangerous. And he goes, am I a weapon? Are you afraid of me? And he's like, no. So he hugs him. And he's like, no, sweetie, like, I meant you have a lot of defense systems to keep you and others safe. But you're so little, you just don't know how it works yet. Like, dude. And he goes, Dad, I'm a robot. I could just learn. I'm not a real boy. And he's like, yes, you are. Stop saying that. You're my boy. You're my real boy. Tear out of his eye. And he goes, well, can Phoenix at least come over if I can't go outside? He's like, okay, yeah, you can do that. Miles is like, well, will I ever get to go back to school like a normal kid? And he said, and Gregory goes, well, we'll have to explain to the world that you're an android because, you know, legally you're dead. And they may not like it. The world is not ready for robot child. And he goes, so I'm just a little boy like you said. It's wrong for them to hate me. And Gregory goes, well, Metis and I will figure that out, okay, kiddo? So he's like, okay. And Gregory goes, I'm sorry for yelling, I'm just... And Miles cuts and he goes, you're scared of losing me again? He's like, yeah, I am. And Gregory, like, yeah, I am like that. Is my phone buzzing? Alright, oh, I'm just insane. My phone's on my bed. Why did I think it was on my... Okay. And he's like, well, look on the bright side. If I do blow up or something, you and Metis can just build a new me. And Gregor's like, that's not funny. And Edward is like, or Miles is like, yes, it is. And Gregor's like, okay. I love dating zealots. Meanwhile, in Chicago, I quote that so much. And they say I love you to each other. But this part reminded me in a Mob Psycho where it's like, look on the bright side, Shigeo. If you die and can't pass on, you and I can become ghost buddies. And Reagan's like, don't even joke about that. Like, that's literally that. And I don't have this next part right now, but I do know how it's going to go. Miles is laying in bed, and he's feeling lonely, because I'm feeling lonely. Sorry. He's feeling lonely. He's like, oh, I'm just kind of like alone here. And he opens his eyes, and what he sees staring back at him is himself, sort of transparently. Who? Sorry, the Gregory Edgeworth photo. I can send you, if you want an invite, I can send you an invite on the Discord. Sorry, I'm reading. Whoa, so much happened in the chat. Okay, sorry, I was reading back a... Yeah, you are being called fresh meat. Anyways, so he's looking, and he's like, oh, there's a ghost. So he sits up, and he's like... Wait, did I tell this to Squib? I might have typed this out to Squib. Let me check in our DMs, because I think I explained it there, and I want to read from there. Because I did type it out there. That's not how you spell ghost. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Okay. Oh, I have so much written in here. I did. This is good. Eventually, Gregory and Metis decided the best way to let Miles exist in society is just to let society know that he's a robot. So Metis and her research lab get news coverage, and it's like top headline news because, wow, this is crazy. Advancement in tech and AI, and it's also the year 2002. So, like, no one's ever seen this kind of thing before. They've only seen it in movies. Miles is allowed to go back to school, be normal, and be as normal of a kid as he can be, because, of course, the robots stuff also happens. Yeah, so he's in his room at night, sad and just lonely, and suddenly in front of him, he opens his eyes, and he just sees himself floating. Slightly transparent, and it's the real Miles, the ghost. And Astro Miles, that's what I just call him, is like, oh, yeah, you're the boy I'm supposed to be replacing. But, like, Ghost Miles, like, isn't mad or anything. He knows how much his dad misses him, so he reassures Astro Miles. And Astro Miles says how he just wishes he could play with his friends again. And Ghost Miles also says how he wishes he could play with his friends again. And Ghost Miles asks Astro Miles if he wants to be his friend. So the two Mileses, yes, become friends, and only Astro Miles can see Ghost Miles, but he sticks by his side a lot. Yes, if you would like a Discord invite, DM me on Discord or Tumblr, and I'll send one at some point when I'm not reading. Do you guys want to hear later ideas that I have? I was trying to figure out something. Okay. So Metis and Gregory also build 3 new bodies for him. They build one that's like middle school age, one that's like high school age, and one that's like an adult. I think they, yeah, so, yeah. So they do that. And so when he's an adult, when he's an adult, he's this prodigy defense attorney. And this threatens Von Karma, because this robot would surely be able to defeat him. Of course, you Squib, you know this, because I'm reading from our DMs. And so because I really wanted this one idea I had to be able to work, but he kidnaps Miles, like Robot Miles. Von Karma kidnaps Robot Miles. And by he, I mean someone Von Karma hires, reprograms Miles, and removes the GPS and such, and ta-da! Bratworth takes the stage because I needed Bratworth. So he starts to prosecute, and Metis and Gregory and Phoenix are like, oh my gosh, Miles, there you are, we've been looking for you for so long because you just disappeared. You, like, without a trace, we couldn't find you, and now you're back, like, oh my gosh. And Miles is like, hey, yo, shut up, I'm not your Miles anymore. Peace. And, you know, they can't force him to come home because that would destroy his autonomy, and, like, they don't want that. They don't want to, like, get rid of his autonomy. So they're like, well, we can't really do anything. If Phoenix gets on the path to become a defense attorney... Sorry, my cat was in my room. My dad brought my cat, and then my cat immediately left. Phoenix gets on the path to become a defense attorney to save Miles. I don't know what Metis does yet, though, but Gregory, absolutely devastated. He's home, and he's just cradling the original body of Miles, like the kid one, which doesn't work anymore because his AI had been transferred to the other bodies. It's kind of like in Featherweight, like when... Because there's, like, the original body of Drumbot, and then he gets the more humanoid-looking one. Solo one doesn't work anymore. But as he's crying, the robot moves and tries to tell him it'll be okay, and Gregory freaks out. He's like, you're not supposed to be alive anymore in this body. But it's not AI Miles, it's the ghost of Miles possessing the robot body of himself. And I said that's as far as I thought before I fell asleep that night, because that idea came to me. But that's sort of how Gregory starts to believe in the spirit channeling stuff, and hence how my sleepy brain landed on Gregory and Misty. Like Misty Fate. Mystery. Oh. And I say eventually he's gonna break loose in the rig programming and becomes more like Canon Edgeworth, but of course much less Von Karma-y. But he decides to stay a prosecutor because he realizes that he's one of the only prosecutors who is truly trying to find the truth. And so he and Phoenix work together on both sides of the bench to get the truth, and he doesn't commit pseudocide, so that's great. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Sorry, I'm reading about Misty and Gregory in our DMs. Yeah, it is your timing. Your timing is impeccable. there's a kind of intimacy to letting someone possess you. True. Also, when Phoenix and Miles play together, Miles calls himself the Steel Samurai, which doesn't exist yet, because he's just a samurai and he's made of metal. So he's like, I'm a Steel Samurai. And then Steel Samurai happens, and he's like, oh, okay, that's me. Wait, hold on. I'm scrolling down in our DMs. Squid, you can't say that. Don't. I'm dead. No, I'm scrolling down our DMs and I just saw an insane line from a dream I had. My sister. Oh, I thought Dahlia was the one who gave Apollo his queerness. What does that mean? I still don't know what that means. What? Okay, anyways. Yes, but... Hovercraft on my timeline? Sorry, I'm... Oh, I like how he looks. Sorry, I'm looking at my timeline on Tumblr. Hee-hee! Tee-hee! I was going to draw. Oh my gosh, you're so right. You're so right. Oh, I was also gonna show Gregory because hold on. Let me screen cast. Actually, I have to open AirPlay on here. Air server. Remind me later. Wait, screwing through games is a pastime? Do you do that? Like, often? I guess we do say some pretty crazy stuff in there. Okay, can this... Did it load? Oh, I need to actually... I almost screen mirrored to the TV. That would be insane. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is Squib and I send... Can it load? Squib and I send this to each other a lot. Hold on. Just randomly. I gotta fix it. Hold on. Oops. No. Why is it broken? Why is it like half mirrored? Why is half of it... Anyways, I don't know what's going on with this. Why is it doing that? Do you see that? Or am I stupid? It's broken. Hold on, let me get rid of it. Slowly fades in. Yes. It's broken on my end, so let me just add it again. Window capture, air server. What the heck? Why is it? Okay, let me stop mirroring. What? Do you see that? Oh my gosh, let me just get out of the entirety of air server. Oh, that's why. That's why. I figured it out. It's because it was partly off the screen. There we go. There we go, chat. What? Do I have... sorry, I have to have it open. Totally forgot about that little thing. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. I can't have the chat up if I have that up. 'Cause it needs to, sorry, this is just on the screen while I'm trying to figure out how I want this to... Okay, that's fine. I'll just deal with that, I guess. Anyways, that's what I mean. Let me move this out so I can see the chat better and then put that back. Okay. That was horrendous. I'm so sorry. I was like trying to figure out why Hi, gibberish. Welcome back. What do I want to do? That is the real question. Oh, I can't stand having to see that out of the corner of my eye. Hold on, let me plug in my second monitor so I can put one of those things on there so I don't have to look at it, so it's not like distracting me. Where are my monitor cords? Hello? What the scallop? What the scallop? Yeah. Oh, is this it? Is this it? Is this my HDMI cord? Huzzah! It is! Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Okay, let me plug that in. Sorry, my computer's freaking out now. Yeah, ooh, I can't talk. Let me plug in my monitor. Okay. Monitor plugged in. Let me move air server. Why is it so tiny? What in the world? Okay. Normal size. Okay. I'll put that there. What's my battery percentage at? 48? Okay. Whatever. Okay, what do I draw? That's the question. Why do I have so many brushes? That's another question, but one I will not deal with right now. With the scallops in French. Oh, let me grab my phone. Hold on. Give me one more second. My setup is so janky right now. It's actually hilarious. Hold on 1 minute. Oh, I need to grab my chapstick too. Sorry, my lips are like hating me. Hello? Code red? I can't find my chapstick, and I kind of need it right now. So I'm gonna eat them all. Okay, I got it. My lips have been saved. This one is, I think, lime and mint. Welsh. Let me check my Tumblr asks and see what I have in here. Here's got a lot of ramen. Ramen? Ramen. Ramen Newman. Robin Newman. I think I know who you are. Alright, bye-bye. I'll send you an invite after... Why are you screaming, Blueberry? I'm just kidding. I'll send you an invite after the stream is over. I guess I have to draw Reagan eating an apple. But like... But why? It says it's for a friend. I really want to know. Like, what do you... Who? Which friend? This is anonymous, so like... And I know it's not done for a friend, and that means it's for you, but... Why do they want that? Who is it? I'm notoriously bad when it comes to drawing on stream because I get so distracted with talking that either I'll talk so much I won't be drawing, or I will get so focused on drawing I won't talk. So my drawings never turn out as good as they do when I'm more focused. But it's actually discarded 3 hours. Hey, I mean, I can always send it to you when you get back. How should I go about this? I once did a drawing of Vampire Miles eating an apple, so I'm going to use that as a reference. Apple. Let me open the silly little monster U tag and scroll down until I see the one where he's eating an apple. It's not that far down. It was more recent. Quote unquote recent. Found it. Big brains use their own art as references. Because you figured out how to draw it once. You can figure out how to do it again. From the same angle and stuff. He looks semi-pretentious. Okay. Do I want it in front of his mouth? What is going on outside? Airplane? Probably. I can't see it. Have I ever died? I have. Dude, I have more asks like that in my inbox. It's crazy. I have one that I think just says H. Hooray! Oh, I realized I've been cured from my tummy. No, I didn't mean to say hooray, you've been cursed. I read that wrong. It's kind of far away. Sorry, are you talking about you eat... Sorry, are you talking about like with the peel on? You eat an orange? Or are you saying you eat, you peel an orange then eat it like an apple? That is the question here. Curse with tummy ache. Hooray! Hooray! I love saying it like that. That is not how arms work. Friend, how are you doing this? I've got to pretend to hold an apple. What should I use to pretend as it's an apple? When I was walking earlier to go do the thing I was doing, I actually knocked Phoenix. I'm just call him Nicholas. I almost knocked my Phoenix figure statue thing off my desk. Oh, I did knock him off my desk. You eat slices. Oh, orange slices. That makes more sense. I once I've eaten an apple like an orange before, as in I peeled it all, and then I ate it like it was an apple. It's so messy doing it that way. Okay, I'm gonna use... Silly. Okay. I'm using Ed. My Ed Pop, my Cowboy Bebop Ed Pop as an apple. She's not apple shaped at all, but it's a good size. How would the hand be? Hold it in front of your mouth, so like... You can't see me, but I'm like making a face. Oh, let me check my asks. I'll do that right now. I'm gonna make a guess on what it says, It's gonna do something. It's gonna be something either with Gregory or mystery or maybe both, because I swear if it's. Let's see. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. You should draw the queer fairy doll and giving a follow his prince. That's Monster AU. I was wrong. I'm pleasantly surprised it wasn't that. It would be funny if I did make a mutant apple product. Actually, that is really funny. You're so smart. I should do that. Taking a big old bite out of an iPhone 4. What iPhone was out during 2013? I'll look up on google.com. What? Oh my gosh. iPhone. Oh my gosh, that's the first thing. I'm typing what iPhone was, and then the top one was out in 2013. It knows. It knows I search up so many things in iPhone. Or so many things about 2013. iPhone 5C and iPhone 5S. Okay, so the iPhone 5. I was right. It looks like the iPhone 4 though, so. He will be doing that. Taking a big old chomp. Why does that particular shape remind me of something from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? I don't know, the way that this looks reminds me of, like, I think, like, the muddy hand thing. No. Sorry, I referenced Diary of a Wimpy Kid so much in my life. When he goes to, like, the Boy Scouts thing and he needs to carve the soap, but he realizes if he just runs the soap under the water for enough time, it'll become soft and malleable, so he just, like, he just squeezes it in his hands. He's like, oh, I carved it. It's a sheep, and then he turns it upside down and he goes, it's a boat. And he turns it in twice. The amount of times I reference Diary of a Wimpy Kid and or Phineas and Ferb in my daily life with my brothers is wild. Does the Apple logo have a bite taken out of it, or am I stupid? I'm not stupid, right? Okay, it does. I thought I was stupid for a half second. I was like, wait a minute. Ooh, I love Magma. Dude, Magma, that time when I stayed up all night on Magma with Shatter and we just drew a bunch of Mob Psycho things. I think it went insane. We weren't even in voice call or anything. We were just in the little chat. I also need to clean my room. It was very small, so. How does one feel the fun as they eat it? Something like this, I think. How should I have his face be? Just very nonchalantly eating this iPhone. You know, like you do. Round bite. I thought you meant this. This was a round bite. I mean, it kind of is. Hold my hand out like Germa. Let's Magma together. Wait, let's Magma draw together. Sorry. I was thinking of let's together bath. Let's together bath. More Danny Gonzalez references. But I said this to my brother this morning because he because I was like, do you want Advil? Because his legs are sore. He's been running with his track chain. Body improvement. But he and then he's like, let's take ibuprofen together. Together draw. I mean, they do. It's called drawing a map. I mean, like. This is how you eat an iPhone. I'm so brain rotted right now. Oh my gosh, why did it zoom in? Okay. Peak brain rot. Draw character eating an iPhone 5. It does not taste as good as the iPhone 4. What am I saying? Oh. Okay. Let me change the name of the stream to drawing. Okay. Perfect. Crunchy ASMR sounds. It's like the thing I drew the other day where it was like the ASMR, like he would do that. And people agree with me. And I'm glad because I'm always right. You should trust me on that. Now it's cold in here because I turned on the fan. Why can't I just have a normal body temperature right now at this moment? It's too chilly. Sorry, I'm checking notifications again. It's important. He has two sides. Sorry, my dad was saying something. You love iPhone 4? Like, do you have a reason? Yeah. My dad came in to ask me to do something later. I was like, yeah, okay. And then he closes the door and leaves. My mom comes in and asks me to do the exact same thing later. I'm like, I was just told that. And the dead silence and the music fades in. Terrifying. I can't open the stupid thing I opened and you just see the rigor. No, whatever. Back to him eating the iPhone 4. Brain rot content. Let's see, which one should I line with? My first phone was a flip phone, an LG flip phone. Which I put a Spider-Man pop socket on the back. I got it when I was at the end of 8th grade. And I got an iPhone when I graduated. That's the same phone I have now, iPhone 10. It has issues because the side of the screen doesn't work half the time. Not side screen, but like the very edge, like the rightmost edge of the screen doesn't right, like 99% of the time you can't, so I can't type the letter P, or I can't type 0 or quotation marks. It's very annoying. You know this, Squib, because like when I'll be writing in chat and like once you like words will have O's at the start of them, like phone will have an O because I'll be typing my phone. What the heck, was that a bug through my window? I think so. Bro, blood's hairs is not. Sorry, I'm becoming my brother. Blood? My brother says that. He's 15. I gotta lock in, hold on. Oops. Too round. Oh, kinda goofy. Oops, too sketchy. Don't like that. Why does his hair look so messy? Whatever. Why does he look like— what? He's giving chill chuck! Yeah, I need to get a new phone. I've had this one for a few years, and it was a refurbished one anyways when I first got it. in 2022. So it's got issues, but hey, I mean, like, it still works fine enough, like, well enough for me to, like, use it for calling and texting, and I use my iPad usually for most other things anyways, so it's not really a priority. Now, what is a priority is the David Tennant cardboard cutout I need to get for Cry, which I'll be getting her, because we made it was originally a joke. I was like, Cry, because she's gonna be my roommate this year, I was like, Cry, can I get this Regan Arataka body pillow for our dorm room? And she said, only if you get me a cardboard cutout of David Tennant as the 10th Doctor. And we both love the 10th Doctor. And I was like, bet, okay, so I'm gonna do that so I can get the other thing, which was originally a joke, but now it's really funny. My brother, yeah, he does have skibbity vocabulary. He doesn't watch it. He's Gen Z, he's not Gen Alpha. But he's got ADHD as well. I do too. And so he just repeats me things. He literally this morning, he was like saying like skibbity riz in Ohio. I was like, it was like 6 a.m. and I'm like, bro, it's too early for this. So I was like, when I was talking about like the age swap Mob Psycho AU, and how if it took place modern day, like Reagan would definitely be one of those brain rot kids. And I explained, I was like, yeah, I know a 15-year-old boy with unmedicated ADHD, and that's the same thing. I got a picture frame that I plan to put a low-quality picture of me and or Chani Jash to give to my partner when he goes to college. Me and or Chani Jash. Just like a very blurry image. I have this quote-unquote award. It's a thing my friend Stella made, and it's got a picture of Justin Bieber, and it says award to Sam for being like the coolest person Stella knows. She made a bunch of them for a bunch of her camp friends, and I printed out. My printer only prints in black and white, and so I'm gonna or I have that printed out, and I've had it I'll just have it on my wall, and people are like, why is there a picture of Justin Bieber on your wall? It's very funny to me. But I know Cry and I's. Anyway, our dorm room is gonna be crazy because I have so many posters and stuff. Because I'm gonna decorate it kind of the same way I had it decorated last year in my old dorm. I'm excited. And she was talking about, we were talking about what we're gonna be for Halloween when we were in voice chat the other night, a couple nights ago. And she was like, I want to be this one character from this show that she likes, but she's like, I don't have like a trench coat or anything. I'm like, girl, I got you. We are the same height and size. I own a trench coat. I own a vest, like a waistcoat. I got you, girlie. And it's very helpful because we're both 5'2". A lot of our friends are 5'2". Like a lot of our, because originally we met online, but like a lot of our buddies are 5'2". The perfect height. I'm just kidding, but you know. We meet up eventually, probably. I should give you a picture of German. You should. That would be amazing. That would be wonderful. It's funny because whenever I meet like my online pals, like if I know I'm gonna meet them, I've only ever I have a cravat jabbit thingy. I do. I have a red jacket. I don't have any red pants though, so I just wear my black ones. But I have a black waistcoat, and I have the white shirt, and I have the cravat, and I have the prosecutor's pin, which I like wearing it there. I did this whole thing, and I wore like a black cape. I love dressing up just to go to class, just to go to my college classes. It's so fun. But this year I'm gonna be Serizawa. I was gonna be Trucy, but I don't have time to make her cape before I leave for school because I totally forgot I was gonna do that this summer. So I'm still going to make it someday to cosplay her, but for this Halloween I'm gonna go as Jabbit? I don't know, man. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm not gonna get in more conversation and arguments about how I pronounce words because this happened so much on Tumblr. People were yelling at me for how I pronounce clavier, because it's supposed to be clavier, like clip, whatever. I don't care, but I just say words how I say them. Don't bully me. Well, don't bully me about it. Sorry, there's a chat delay, so I already said that. Because I don't hear these words said out loud. I just see them on the screen, so I just say them how I think they're said, because in my head, that's how I say them. Anyways, I'm not gonna listen to you on that. I'm gonna say that's how you say it. No one can tell me otherwise. Anyways, I don't have time to make it, so I'm gonna be Serizawa, but specifically when he was still in class, he's got like the Hanton, the orange Hanton. He's wearing a sweatshirt and sweats and Crocs, and he's got his umbrella, and like that's so easy. I just need to get the Hanton because I found a perfect one on Etsy. I'm gonna get when Girly opens her shop back up in September, so I'm gonna get that. When I was little and we would play Xbox 360 Minecraft, the Minecraft Xbox 360 edition, I used to say obsidian, Obsidian, because I didn't know how it was pronounced, and I was little. It was like 2012, oh wow, whenever, 2013. I said Obsidian, and I didn't, and I kid you not, it's like clavier. But the thing is, if you slow down clavier, it's clavier. If you slow down the way you say it, it becomes clavier, but you just kind of clavier. It's supposed to be fast. It's like German. I don't know. Piano. I'd say clavier, like it rhymes with Javier. It's silly. Well, yeah, if you're... I'm American. I took 2 years of high school French, but like... That's because I was required. Well, a language was required, but I took French instead of Spanish because I wanted to be silly. I could... Pronouncing French words, I can't. Oh. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yes. I just need to get the Hanson and the umbrella, and then I'll be good. I already have Crocs, but they're like tie-dye ones, but that's fine. I don't need specifically green Crocs. I might get them if I feel so inclined. And I don't have black sweats, but I honestly should get another pair of sweats because the pair I've had them for a long time. I haven't grown in a billion years, but I mean like this one's just so, they're just so worn. I should get new ones. I should get some like plain black ones to go with that. Plus, I think his costume would be much warmer than Trucy's because hers is like a dress and sleeveless dress and like cape thing. When Utah in October can kind of get cold. It can get pretty cold already in October, and I'm like, I'm not a fan. I'm from California. I'm not a fan of that. So I think his would be warmer. Because a Hanten is a padded Japanese like winter jacket thing. What image did you send me? Oh, AJR. Oh, why he look like that? Edger. Anyways, back to what I was drawing. So, see, this is what happens. I get... I think one of my, like, things I not hate the most, but, like, it's funny because I'm kind of a hypocrite because I correct people a lot on pronunciation and grammar. So when someone hits me with that, I'm like, you can't do that. No, it hurts a lot. I don't know. And then but I don't even stop to think about, oh, I do this to people all the time. It's the autism. Oh. What? Okay, what is this hand doing? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what I'm... Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing with this one. I'm not... This is what he's doing now. Bro took a crazy bite. This is a thick phone. What was iPhone 5? It wasn't as thick as this, but like, you know. Silly purposes. You can't see the Apple logo through it, which is like defeating the purpose. If I start writing iPhone to try to get my point across. He sniffed the camp. Oh, the AJR image. True. He's asking me for my credit card details. Yes. It is a... Yeah, both. You could build a house with these things. I mean, you probably couldn't, but I don't recommend you do that. New Minecraft challenge? That was so stupid. Why did I say that? When I eat iPhone, well, I got come to my next concert. This is so dumb. I kind of love it though. Stop Gregory jump scared. Stop Gregory jump scaring me. Sorry, I'm checking my email. I'm so glad someone recognized, because I posted a bunch of drawings yesterday on the YouTube community. I'm so glad someone recognized the pose where Reagan's shooting the gun. It was the Turkish Olympics guy, the turkey guy. What's the Magma Temptations? That's what joins there in. No. Sorry, I just read the message right under that one. Absolutely wild. Ooh, perhaps I should join, actually. That would be fun. But he eat iPhone. Yeah, okay, yeah, send me, oh my gosh, send me Magma link. I'm down for that. Huh? Oh. I was like, what was that? Who buzzed my phone? It's 11 AM, why am I yawning? Maybe it's because I've been awake since 5. But I've taken drugs. No, I've taken my ADHD medication. And... soda, why am I yawning? Hotline! I can't stop my opening, I just see the kiss. Oh. I think I'm gonna... do I want to messy color this? Yeah. The internet? What happened to your internet? It's really funny because maybe sometimes in chat people will reference things I've said, so I'll look up and then I'll like look at it and be like, what are you talking about? Completely forgetting that like I had said something, that the thing they were talking about was something I said minutes earlier, like a minute earlier. I have like the memory of a goldfish sometimes when I'm only, like, especially when I'm streaming, because I'll just say things so offhandedly and then forget, look up and be like, what are you guys going on about? Let me... It's the tiny little cat. Club follow. Sure, I guess. Okay, hold on. Let me hide this so I can join Magma. The music thing, even though I'm not doing music anymore. Hold on, let me grab the Magma link and open it in Chrome itself. Ritsu! You're gonna laugh, I swear. Okay. Let me... Oh! Gasp! Being spooked by... Oh, my sister sent me a snap. Being spooked by... Boo! Okay, let me... Yeah, there's... this. Oh wait, I've seen that! Oh, that's horrendous. I love it. It's kind of awful, but kind of like the best thing. Because it's actually, it's true though, because that's what it looks like. Okay. I drew so much on magma, like in May. I went off. What should I draw now though? That's the question. I have to remember how to draw magma. Remembering the way I like to do things on here. New Phoenix card sticker. Squib, did you see the name that I put on the package? Because I kid you not, the way that I was cackling when I saw the name you put on my package, I was like, what are the chances? There's no way. I used that base for my friends. It put my name on it? It did? Dang. I had put Polly... I had put Polly Cap Von Reed Squib. I put the same thing you did. I put the same thing that you did on the package. And so when I got your package, the package from you, I was laughing. So hard. Because I was like, what are the chances Squib and I put the same name on the package? That's very sad. Hot topic. How could you do such a thing? Oh, maybe it's because I have the billing address as mine? Yeah, anyways, it was wild. It's crazy. We did have the brain cell. For a second when I saw the one that you sent me, I was like, wait, did my... Alright, bye-bye. I'll miss you. I'll send you the invite link after I'm done streaming. But anyways, yeah, I had, when I opened the mail and I saw the package you sent me, I was like, wait, did the package I sent Squib get sent to me on accident? Did I put something in wrong? And then I realized I was stupid because the package was shirt-shaped and not plushie-shaped. I was like, oh wait, hold on, I'm dumb. Oh, I drew this bro kind of big. I don't even know who I'm drawing. I just started drawing a base. Chat, I've been streaming for 4 hours! Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, am I? Okay. Actually, this broken deck. Bye-bye! New one. On the order? That's crazy. Hold on, let me check my email. Maybe I swear, I could have sworn I put... Maybe it autofilled after I said make the billing address be mine. My address, so maybe that's what it was going on about. Oh, it does say Samantha. No, okay. Look, I'll DM this to you. I swear to you. This is what it said. I swear. Package doxed me. Well, if you buy from Etsy shop, it kind of doxes me. Minecraft base. True. Okay, sorry. Responding to DMs. Oh. Okay, I always zoom out and be like, oh, I'm drawing this person so big compared to everything else. I will shrink. I should draw my little guy. keep opening Fallout 4 instead of clicking Discord. This happens too often. Need to move his ear. Gibberish, there's two of you in the... You can get custom brushes and stuff, on Procreate. Like, I've literally all of the brushes I use in Procreate are custom brushes, other than the glow pen, which the light pen. But literally everything else are packs I either got for free from the internet or I bought, from artists. It's not just logical. Well, I hate accidentally making marks. I like that with, Magma you can, do the two-finger tap to undo, like, on Procreate. Very handy. I wish you could switch tools and stuff by the double tapping of the, Apple Mouse. Apple Mouse? That's not a thing. Apple Pen. Apple Mouse. I mean, Apple Mouse is a thing, but I mean, that's not what I was talking about. Did the Minecraft music stop? What has occurred? Okay, there we go. But let's go to my favorite ones. I love these ones. The tumble and stuff, those minigames. Beautiful. He's such a little guy. I'm gonna shrink him even more. Oh, not that way. Goodbye, boy. Put you down here. It's me, boy. I'm PS5. Dimple. It's me, boy. On the PlayStation 3. Because that was what was out at the time. What I don't like is when I accidentally make a little dot mark when I'm trying to undo. The microphone is fucked because I'm... That's so clever! That's good. That's good. Good joke. +2. I like how you can see my other tab that's open. It's the hand tin I want to get. Let me show you. I should. Hold on. Let me see if it's gonna give any information away from me. No, I can show it. This is the this is what I want to get. I want this. It's perfect. It's perfect for Sarizala. This is anyway. Yeah, this is what I want to get. Anyways, their shop reopened September 1st, and I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna get that immediately and have it sent to my PO box instead of my dorm address because even though it's in the same place. I can pick up my stuff in the PO box, and but for my mailing, oh, hello. But for my dorm address, I have to wait till they like put it into the system and be like, oh, you can come get your package now. And it sometimes takes a day or two, especially at the beginning of the semester. There's so many packages coming in, it takes too long, and I'm like, I don't want to wait. Oops, like, that's not how eyes work. My dad saw my, one well, he saw my mob plush. I have 2 now, but he saw the first one the other day, and he looks at him and he goes, he looks so bored. Like, he paused for that long. Trying to think of a word to say, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of point. And then I started explaining the lore to him, being like, well, actually, he locked his emotions away because blah, 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 and my dad was like, okay, cool. Well, then my brother said something, and then my dad walked away because he was responding to my brother. This happens very often. They'll say something and be like, well, this is the reason why. That's why I've explained DL6 like 6 times to my mom. Bro does not look right. Redo him. Redo. I love this Minecraft soundtrack so much. Like these ones, so good. Put his items the other way. Okay, slightly better. Oh my gosh. Why is something always going wrong? Oh, there we go. Little guy. Little guy achieved. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what it is you were saying. Siren, if on the web page you tap first, hide the screen in case it shows connecting. Share, and add to home page, and then open an app. Really? What? Hold on. Hold on. What do you... Wait. What the... What? You've blown my mind. I've had an iPad since like 2019. I've never known this, or I've never done this. What? Wait, this is insane. Wait, you're so smart. Thank you, Fanny. What the heck? That's wild. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Sorry, it took my brain like a minute to comprehend what it was you were saying. Like what it was it would do. That's crazy! Look at him, he's so cute! This is my son. I swear, I learn new things about things I thought I knew everything about. Like, every day. I'm like, oh, interesting. Very helpful. He's so small, look at him. Oh, am I on 2 different layers? Gosh darn it. Oh, let me claim my old layers. There we go. I'm so smart. Tech support gremlin. True. They did not need to go this hard on this Minecraft music. Like, it's so good. I use Squib's method of just scribbling everywhere and then erasing to clean it. At least on Magma. I forgot how it is that I typically colored. I think I just do this, usually. Hello, don't freeze. Why does this happen like this? When it freezes, I have to like wipe my hand, my arm across the screen, and it like fixes it. I don't know why, but only on Magma. I don't know why. When Procreate freezes, I just get mad. Wow, thanks. Server issue. Art's too cool. See, it's spy on gibberish. Hello world. Get spied on, nerd. Silly. A being. I think this song actually is called something double time. Hello. But hello. Like this hell. Oopsie. Oops. Nope, not that much. A big cleanup arc. From season 1. I was like, Roblox work at a pizza place coded. That's crazy.
a little guy.
Okay, what I wanted to do was that. Now I'm going to, or is it gonna? Let me think first. How do I want to go about this? Let me just do that. Why do I have 4 messages? What did I do? Oh! Ritsu jump scare. Sorry. Just checking something. My big brain, or how I do this stuff is multiply. Oh, not darken. Multiply. Down. What brush do I use? Is it this one? I think so. I do that, and then my eraser. It's like kind of like blending it out a little bit in a way. Best I can. Liners for Procreate. I don't know. This is not really typically the type of liner I use when because on Procreate, a lot of the art I do is to mimic traditional art. Like, there's a lot of art that I have like that. I don't know if there's one specifically. I mean, I have some digital type liners, but they're more like Metabang, because that was like the program I liked a lot when I first started using the iPad. But I don't know about magma liners. There probably are some. You just have to. Oh, whoopsie. What did I do? You probably would just have to like look for it online, somewhere. Oh, oopsie. Let me accidentally lost the color, so let me grab the color again. But yeah, if you just look up like Procreate brushes, free online, stuff like that, you'll find lots of different ones. These ones are really good free ones. Actually, I think I talked about this in my video about my digital art. My first program was Pixlr, which was like online free Photoshop clone. And my sister showed me how to like do stuff in there. So I did that. And then I would draw it in Scratch, like scratch.edu. I would draw on that. And then Pokemon Art Academy for the DS. That's actually what taught me how to shade originally, was that game. I remember buying it myself. It was like $20. I remember bought it myself and I beat it in like 5 days or something. But it did teach me a lot. It's crazy. It gives you 2 layers. It gives you the top layer, which is for the line art pen only, and the line art pen can only be one color at any given time. So if you set it as green, all of the lines will be green, but if you change the color to blue, all of the lines you've already drawn will turn blue. Whatever. And then the layer underneath is for literally everything else. Crazy. It's very wild. But yeah, so like there's that, and then in 2019 for my birthday, I got a drawing tablet, and then I used Krita on the PC because it's free, and I used that. And then when I got an iPad, my dad had already gotten Procreate because it was his work iPad, but he downloaded Procreate for me. He's like, hey, I got this iPad, and I got Procreate on it, so you can draw. It's like, oh, sweet. I didn't like Procreate at first because I didn't like the iPad drawing on the iPad first because it was too smooth. So I was used to my drawing tablet, which had like a rougher screen, felt more like paper. And so I didn't like Procreate because I didn't like any of the default brushes. So then I used Metabang, or I tried some other programs, but Metabang was one of them. And actually, I drew Mob on there actually back in 2020. And then I started using Procreate again. It's like, okay, I can kind of get behind this. So I started using that, and then I was like, oh, you can get custom brushes, and so I got a bunch of free brushes. I've never been the same. I wish people made Procreate asset brushes as often as people made them for Clip Studio, because people do that so much. People make Clip Studio assets so often. Why isn't this working? Oh, I'm on the eraser, that's probably why. Like my Pinterest email will be like filled with like Clip Studio brush. No, I don't use Clip Studio, so no thank you. Let's do some overpainting, because that's what I'm feeling like. There's only a couple colors here, so what am I supposed to even do with that? Okay. Turn my brightness. I can't see. I need to plug my iPad in soon. It's at 25%. Oops. A lot of brightness. I'm sitting next to a window, my light's on, so it's hard to see my screen. Also, when using dark colors, when I'm using like dark colors, I need to turn the brightness up more so I can actually see the differences between the colors. Or else it kind of just becomes like a dark just color overall, rather than the more nuanced. What's the same color? That was black? Let me do this. There's some multiple cats. Oh, okay, yeah, I have 3 cats. Norman is super, feisty. He likes to attack Cashew. My advice... I mean, multiple cats can be good because they like to play with each other. Just, If they start fighting, separate them. So, depends on, because some cats are super chill and won't fight with each other, but some cats will fight with each other. Either they're playing or they just do it for no reason. Like my cat Norman just does it for no reason. Normal man? What do you... Oh, Norman. I got confused. I was like, well, what are you talking about? His shoulders aren't big enough for his head size. Seems a little better. Oh goodness, my iPad's dying fast, I just realized. Plug in, I have to unplug my monitor to do everything. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh, it's noon? It's 11:45. 7:50. Whoops. Oopsie. You have to put the CD. Sorry. Reapplying chapstick. Perhaps I should end stream. I've been streaming for a while. And I need to do something. Well, this has been fun. I don't know what to say. Thank you guys for coming out to the stream today. I know I haven't streamed in a while. I should do that more often. Maybe. If I remember that that exists. Yeah. Thank you for listening to my crazy rambles. Okay. Bye. I'm doing a peace sign. You can't see it, but I'm doing a peace sign. Like that one picture of Danny Gonzalez that gibberish kept sending to me.